Alrighty. Boop. And you. Alrighty. And you still don't show up. Why do I not get anything on YouTube? Oh well. We'll figure that out later. I'll know when it shows up. Anyway. That being said. Whew. Welcome to welcome to April. Hey, Deluxikov. You know, every time I see that emote that you use, it looks like somebody face palming. Cause you know, cause it's really small, it looks like somebody doing this. I know if I take a much closer look at it, I know what it is, but it looks like somebody face palming. Yeah, well, I have it showing up about this tall, so. All I see is like a head, what looks like an arm, and not knowing what it actually is until I actually go take a close look at it from a distance. It could very easily be like a Captain Picard facepalm. There we go. Now lessons. Anyway, so yeah, for the first time in oh my god, I I think this is the first time I'm actually handling a set that's currently standard legal. It's gonna take probably another year or so after I do this to get the rest of the sets because I took a break from doing the expansions to going through the rest of the core sets. And last week I did M21, and now I jumped to Foundations, and Foundations is like, wait, Foundations has stuff. And the stuff I currently have listed is not, like, I make sure I rule out anything that's a reprint. Question, since the first card on my list is a common. What do you think of Squad Rallier? Like, it seems one of those cards that, at least in, you know, if you've got it, if you have a, oh well, this could actually be a problem. Because this feels like one of those cards that wants to be a for a slower deck. Yeah. I've let me think here. Oh wow, so you start at like 4 in the afternoon for you. Um Oh yeah, I may not be around on. I may not be around this weekend. My work schedule this week is going to be a bit of a mess. But anywho, but yeah, Squad Rallier. I I think with Commander and the ability to activate it not unrealistically more than once a turn. Because it's 3 to activate. So at some point having 6 mana left over so you can activate it twice. Son of a biscuit. I knew I'd forget something. You. Boop that. The ability to activate it twice in a single turn, or twice in a turn cycle, which is 6 mana every so often, that's not unreasonable. And just be able to get creature, random creature. Like, if you miss on the first hit, you've got an idea what the 4 cards, you may not know the exact order, but you know what the bottom 4 cards of your deck are going to be. And so that's not unreasonable to be able to do that, twice in a single turn. Or turn cycle, because it doesn't say it has to be as a sorcery. And so you've got a decent sized body. Yeah, well, the thing is, when I see Deluxikov playing Pauper, he's usually playing the kind of deck where he is tapping out every turn. It's not, unless he's got something, unless he's holding up some kind of interaction. He often just taps out every turn. Even cracking clues or whatever on his own turn. And so for somebody like him, the problem is needing to hold up 3 mana every turn. This is a 4-drop, which means you've got 1 extra mana to do something else with. That being said, if you spin once and you hit a 2-drop, the turn after you play this, you can, look at the top 4, grab. I just realized it says power 2 or less. Oh my god. Power 2 or less. It doesn't say anything about its mana value. That means for a format like Pauper, what you really want to be hitting with a card like this is something like Murmuring Mystic. This feels like it has the ability to be better than it looks on paper. Because just power 2 or less, that is power 2, 1, 0. The rare card with power less than 0 power less than 0. So ignoring uncards, there's two. There's Char Rumbler and there's Spinal Parasite. Plus all the zeros and ones and twos, and this enters with some number of one, some number plus, like Arcbound Ravager is, surprise, surprise, even though most people see it as a 1/1, it's actually a 0/0. Hey, Holly. Holly, get your reverbs here. But yeah, Arcbound Ravager, it is a 0/0 that enters with a +1/+1 counter on it. It's not a 1/1, it's a 0/0 with a counter on it. Which means that anything that cares about a creature being modified or power not, greater than its base power or anything like that, will notice Arcbound Ravager and similar effects. Your various Hydras are commonly 0/0s or 1/1s or something like that with a bunch of counters on them. Oh yeah. That is an interesting look for Arcbound Ravager. Anywho, so yeah, Squad Rallier. I mean, if you want to play with that, I mean, all you have to do is what do you call it? Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. I mean, this. And then Arcbound Ravager, you can already sack stuff. And it's like, hey, by the way, I'll sack all these tokens. Oh, look, I made a clue token. No, I didn't. I made 3. By the way, Holly, if you haven't seen it already, look into the recent MTG Goldfish video where Seth played Brawl, and his plan was to burn his own general in order to make lots of extra mana and eventually, quote-unquote, draw lots of cards. He was playing mono red, so like impulse draw, and basically draw his entire deck and throw X spells. At least look at the deck list. It's funny. Just go to MTG Goldfish. It's a hilarious idea. And that's for Brawl on Arena. Anyway, but yeah, Squad Rallier. If you are looking to just... Squad Rallier is generally the kind of card that you play when you're looking for a card that does a thing and not a specific card that does a specific thing. For example, I'm looking for a removal spell, not I'm looking for Swords and Plowshares. So if you're looking for a removal spell, you can use this to find Ravenous Chupacabra. You can use this to find Fiend Hunter. You can use this to find Mana War. A whole bunch of creatures that have some kind of enter the battlefield ability that say, when this enters, do something to a creature. As opposed to, no, I need XL-based removal to deal with this problem. You don't use Squad Rallier. Like, Squad Rallier, if you're lucky, you'll spin into that. But realistically, you're looking for something that meets a general category. That being said, you can combine this with stuff that puts cards on the top of your deck to get a specific card. You can also combine this with shuffle effects to have basically more chances to try and find the card you're looking for. It's a little bit like Sensei's Divining Top in that context. You pay 1, you look at the top 3 cards of your library, you put them back in any order. If you don't like what's there, you can crack a fetch land, shuffle, get a land, shuffle, pay another mana, look at the next 3 and see if that does. Look at the next 3 and see if that does anything useful for you. And I remember when people thought this was just like an okay card when it came out. And then when people realized what you could actually, no, I think when it came out it was fine. And it was, I want to say, when Cold Snap came out, we got Counterbalance to combo with it, and it just started wreaking havoc all over the place. I think without Counterbalance and similar effects, it was fine. Poop. Nope. So, but yeah, Squad Rallier. That being said, if you have a lot of cards that fit a general category, like, this is the sort of thing where if I put this into my, as just one of the very, very few non-advisors in my Persistent Petitioners advisor mill deck, because it's white, it's in the right color scheme. I'm playing white blue. If I put this in, Smite. If I put this in the list, then I have the ability to go, hey, by the way, I cast this after a removal spell, and then, like, after a board wipe, and then it's like, hey, by the way, next turn, I'll look for, hey, look, I hit one of my, 20 remaining Persistent Petitioners. Cool. Put it in my hand. Shuffle the rest, put them on the bottom. Play that. Guess what? I get to keep going. So I think if you're looking for dark decks, if you're looking for cards that do a specific thing, depending on the specific thing that you're looking for. So, and the specific thing is one of those cards that you can have an unbounded number of, or a very high number of in your deck. It gives you, it does give you another option. I think it obviously doesn't go into every deck. I think it goes in more decks than most people realize, but Foundations, let's be honest, it's still a fairly new set, and people are still figuring out what everything does. And it's a common, unless you're looking at Pauper. Commons don't get a lot of attention. They're not as shiny as the rares and mythics, which are the big cards people look at generally. Yeah, I think this actually slots into more decks than it looks. Also, if you're trying for like any sort of aggro deck, power 2 or less, you're probably hitting 1-drops there actually. Yeah, I think. Oh yeah. Throw this in your your defender's deck. If you're playing like Arcades the Strategist, or the new Doran that came out in not Llanowar, Lorwyn Eclipsed. Stuff of that nature. because most of your creatures in those decks are going to have 0, 1, 2 power, and I don't know, 6, 7 toughness, maybe 8, maybe 12, maybe 17. Oh man. I was talking to somebody the other day. I don't remember who it was I was talking to specifically. Oh, I think I know who it was. Uh, Hollywood will know who I'm talking about. All I have to say is one word. And I don't even have to do it in a fancy voice. All I have to do is say the word evangelize, and she'll know exactly who I'm talking about. Anyway, um, we were talking about a defender-based strategy with cards along the lines of high alert and stuff like that. But we were looking at red, and for like ancient cards, red was like almost the go-to color if you wanted really like creatures with like a chunky butt. Let's say date. Let's go before Ice Age. Toughness greater than 4, mana value less than 3. That feels like a good starting point. Oh wow. Oh right, because they were commonly 3. Okay, less than 4. Sort by color. Wall of light, yeah. Wall of air, wall of water. Wall of ice. And then five of your 9 hits for stuff that was like 2 or 3, 3 mana or less, generally 3, and had 5 toughness or more were in red. Wall of Earth, for 2 mana you got a 0/6, which was like a 0, which was like the most efficient large body like high toughness body you could get your hands on. Wall of Fire. Wall of Fire basically was the flip side of Wall of Water. They're both 3 mana 0/5s, where you could pay 1 mana to give it of the appropriate color, give it +1/+0 till end of turn. Wall of Heat was the only red wall that had power. It was a 2/6 for 3 mana. And Wall of Stone was a 0/8 for 3. And then you had Idwin Ifrit. Idwin Ifrit and Mijai Jin were mirror images of each other. This was a 3/6 that whenever it blocked, you flipped a coin. And if you lost the flipped, you remove it from combat and it can't block. And stuff it was blocking become unblocked. And Mijai Jin was 3 red, 4/6/3, that whenever it attacked, you flipped a coin, and if you lost the flipped, you remove it from combat, and it couldn't attack that turn, and you'd basically prevent all combat damage from it. But this is the one that you want to attack with, and the other one is the one you hold back as a huge blocker, even though the stats suggest otherwise. But yeah, you wanted like big chunky butt creatures, you looked at red. And then you had stuff like Wall of Opposition that had it was like 5 mana for, I want to say it was like a 0/6, but you could pump any color mana into it and give it, +1 power till end of turn. Anyway, if you're building a deck around that premise at all, Squad Relier is going to keep finding your walls every turn. Well, they don't have to necessarily be walls, but wall in the generic concept of a creature with really high toughness. Cheriks, for example, would also, even though it doesn't have the wall type, it qualifies as a wall because it's a 4 mana creature with 0 power and 17 toughness. Nothing is getting through 17 toughness. Unless you've got Annihilate, unless this is a ground creature that says you're not getting through. I may not be able to. May not be able to hit you for damage, but you're not getting through. You're not getting through. You know, you combine this with like Indomitable Ancients, which is, you know, the same effective mana cost. You know, instead of 2 blue plus 2, it's 2 white plus 2, and you get a 2/10, and you look at the two of them, and it's like you're not getting through. What? You're not getting through. You know, you throw a couple of those. Again, the ability to attack or not doesn't matter. The two of them are really good at stopping creatures from being able to hit you. And you've got a couple of those. You've got like 2 or 3 incredibly high toughness creatures out, like Wall of Stone. And your opponent takes a look and goes, why should I bother trying to attack? I'm not going to get through. I might get like 1 or 2 creatures through. It's not worth it. Unless they've got like 30 creatures. Or unless they've got evasion. They're not going to bother. The exception might be if they've got, like, the other realistic exception would be something like deathtoucher. But beyond that, yeah. If they don't have evasion, trample's not going to matter. How do you trample through 17 toughness? So yeah, Squad Rallier in a deck that cares about high toughness creatures, you want a card like that. This feels to me like one of those cards that slots into more decks than I've actually. Bugler. When it centers, look at the top 4. Reveal power 2 or less. Look at the top 4. Reveal card power 2 or less. Put the rest on a... Wow. Okay. This one I completely missed. What am I talking about? Militia Bugler. When this creature enters... Okay. Replace this with an activation cost and a colon. Copy. Oh, colon. You get 2 cards. Militia Bugler and Squad Rallier. The Squad Rallier's flavor text says, between the call of the bugler and the shrill squawk of her mount, not a soul slept through the morning muster. It is referencing Militia Bugler. I completely missed that one. I know that probably because I never really played much with Bugler. But there's certain, I'll say this, if you look at Foundations, there's going to be other cards where if you look at the flavor text, it will reference another card that's already a popular card that people play with. One that will not be discussed today during the regular course of these chats is going to be a Bloodthirsty Conqueror, because it has the same triggered ability as Exquisite Blood, and it actually uses the phrase Exquisite Blood in its flavor text. Just like this says Bugler here, referencing specifically Militia Bugler and having the exact same ability. That's adorable. So you can either run Militia Bugler and flicker it, or you can pay an extra mana and have Squad Rallier and end up with Militia Bugler's mana cost as an activation cost for the ability. That's funny. Okay, yeah. TLDR, if your deck is considering playing Militia Bugler, which incidentally you can pull up with a Squad Rallier. I'm not apologizing. Anyway, yeah, so if you're considering playing one, you can play both. Armosaur Guide, 5 mana for a 4/4 Vigilance, which, again, this is the funny thing. This is a common. Give this thing flying, and you've literally made your own Serra Angel. To me, this suggests that Serra Angel is almost at the point where you could get it at common. Probably the biggest stumbling point, in my opinion, to making Serra Angel common is because Serra Angel is 2 white plus 3. And they really want commons to only require a single mana of the appropriate color as often as possible, so that when you're playing them in a limited format, it's much easier to just to actually play it. Whenever you attack with three or more creatures, put a +1 counter on target creature you control. This is, again, if I were to take my mono white deck, my mono white commons deck, and build it on a slightly different premise, this would slot in a heartbeat. Because all I need is an effect like Watchful Giant or something like that. Make 2 bodies, cast this, the following turn attack with attack with the giant, the token it made, and the guide. And I'm getting the +1/+1 counter. It is so easy. Like, I could literally rebuild my mono white commons deck, and because it's nothing but commons, it is really inexpensive to build. Where are you here? Boop. This is saying that from Card Kingdom, it's $54. And from TCG Player, it's under 26. I assume it would be 54 from Card Kingdom because they probably have, not actually knowing, I would assume they have an actual physical storefront. Shipping information. Retail locations. Yes. Oh, wow. They have 4. Seattle, Washington, Bellevue, Washington, Portland, Oregon, and Chandler, Arizona. So they actually have 4 actual physical locations. Which means it makes sense. It makes sense that for Card Kingdom to have minimum pricing for commons, uncommons, rares, mythics. As opposed to, like, for example, if I pull up Armosaur Guide on TCG Player, people are going to be charging 5 cents a piece for them. if you go to an actual retail store, there's one place in town I know that's like 10 or 15 cents is their minimum price for commons, and every other retailer in town, it's usually a quarter. And then uncommons depend on the store. I think it's often 50 cents and it's like $1 for rares. But again, that depends on the retail location. But yeah, but this is why you can see such a huge price difference between TCG Player and Card Kingdom. Why am I paying an extra $30? Because they have minimum pricing, because they have an actual physical retail store, which means they have to pay employees, they have to pay for electricity and hydro and everything else, not just to, like, because a lot of these people that are just buying and selling cards on TCG Player, you know, random bedroom. Hey, by the way, here's a couple of card houses full of cards. Cool, this is what I've got. Thunk. And you just sell them that way. Whereas if you've got an actual storefront, you have to pay, and then you have to pay for hourly wages. You have to pay for, having, like at my LGS, I was one of 5 employees in the store today. Plus there were I think there were 2 other staff that were doing store work and actually on the schedule, but they weren't in the store itself. So as an example, at one point we had local delivery. You could actually pay a service charge and we would do local delivery. So you would pay an extra few dollars on your order, and somebody would, one of our staff would drive to your house or wherever it was being delivered to and deliver it there. Or here's a list of stuff that's got to be processed on something other than the store's website, or stuff of that nature. I love Card Kingdom and get all my cards out. I get all my cards all at once. Sometimes if I don't care when I get it, I'll order precons off TCG or Amazon, but rarely. Yes, I would rather, I don't have a lot of money coming in every month, but I would rather spend the extra few dollars and get it from a store. And in this case, Card Kingdom, yes, they're an online retailer. They also have a storefront. I would rather support that. Probably the biggest Canadian analog could be face-to-face games. And I know they've got at least 2 locations. They've got one in Toronto and one in Montreal. And Montreal is actually where they started. And then they expanded to Toronto. I would rather support them than somebody that's just, oh, look, I've got this random card. I'll sell it to you for 5 cents. Well, what is it? I don't know. And then, even if you're getting like 15 or 20 cards from them, if they disappear off the face of the earth, okay. What happens to your money? I don't know. Oh, but there's buyer protection, this, that, and everything else. or just care about, you know, somebody that actually has a reputation to uphold. That's the way I see it. You want you want something that's going to have uh you want to make sure something is done right. You go through a Card Kingdom, you go through a Star City Games, you go through a uh, card market, you go through a face-to-face games, you go through somebody who's got a name out there and a reputation uh, that they have to protect. You go to someone that actually, because the thing is, enough bad press, and they might as well just close up shop. So yeah, I would pay the extra money and get it from a Card Kingdom and be sure I'm, you know, and the thing is, because you're dealing with a company, A, they're going to have certain things they have to watch out for. B, if there's an issue, you have recourse to the company and you can turn around and say, hey, by the way, this is whatever happened. Is there something that can be done about this? If you go through a TCG player as an example, there's a couple of options. You can you can you can try and reduce the amount of money you're paying, in which case you could be getting it from, an order like this might end up coming through like 20 or 30 different companies. Or you can try and reduce the number of companies that you're going through, in which case you may end up paying a little more, but commonly not a lot more. They'll still try and keep the price as low as they realistically can. In which case, an order like this might come through like 5 or 6 companies. Either way, if you've got, let's say you've got 3 of your cards, didn't come how they were supposed to come. It is not unrealistic. You're going to have to get hold of 3 separate companies, even though you placed it all through TCG Player, and say, hey, by the way, reaching out to you because I had an issue with this order. Whereas if you're able to get the entire thing through one company like Card Kingdom, because what I see TCG Player as, and similar companies to them, it's like going to the mall. You don't buy a pair of shoes at the mall. You buy a pair of shoes at a store in the mall. Or I need a new backpack, or I need this, or I need that, or this TCG Player this is the mall. This is the West Edmonton Mall. This is the Mall of America. This is the, whatever big mall you can think of. Whatever giant shopping center you can think of. This is TCG Player with a bunch of stores in it. And you are basically sending, all they're doing is they are collecting the information. Like, imagine having an Uber driver have to go and place orders at 6 different stores for you and then go pick them up. It's kind of what you're doing when you place an order through TCG Player. It would be nice if TCG had an aggregator company / warehouse. They kind of do. The other issue I have with TCG Player is that you'll commonly get people, and and nothing I'm talking about has to do with my opinions about corporate practices or anything like that. Nothing of that nature. Is that when you get somebody to turn around and, let's say, armor sword guide. Let's say you can find, find someone that's got it for like 2 cents. You'll hit one or two people. Actually, let's go with a better example. Who've we got? Okay, this version of Sky Knight Square. I'm going to ignore what it does and everything else. We'll talk about that later. It's over $6. Let's say you've got somebody on there that's charging $1 for it. Oh, but then it's going to be $10 shipping for that one item. Or you can find someone that's got it for like, $6, $7, and they'll, maybe they'll give you free shipping, or maybe the shipping's like a couple of bucks or whatever. But you get that one company that's got it for $1, and you get so excited and you buy, 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 buy. And now you're paying $11 on each one. Or maybe they have Sky Knight Squire legitimately for $1. But everything else is, I don't know. Cat Collector, which is supposed to be 27 cents, is $2. And Divine Resilience, which is supposed to be 22 cents, is $1.50. And Valkyrie's Call, this version of Valkyrie's Call might be like $3, but any other version is like 10. And you're like, what the hell? Heir Apparent, is $2.50. Oh my god, it's like currently imprint common. It's $2.50. Is like, maybe they're charging like $6 a piece. They get you on that, they get you buying a couple of cards that are like really cheap and then overcharge for everything else. To be fair, a lot of companies do that. The TCG where I work has a system set up that for their online store, we rarely manually price stuff. We take a look and we go, hey, by the way, this is, there's an automated system that I think it's like every 12 hours or something like that. Goes and checks TCG player and a few other things. Comes back and says, okay, this is what the card is generally going for. Does the math, converts it into Canadian because, well, I'm Canadian and so is the store. And puts that up as the price. And so if the price goes, if it was like 50 cents and it goes to $3, it might take a few hours, but it'll reflect. And if it was, $10 and, suddenly drops to $2, give it 24 hours, you will eventually see it, maybe even 12 hours, you will see it drop down to somewhere around $2. It's only the stuff that we don't have something like that in place for. But Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, I think League of Legends, Riftbound is part of that now. I think Union Arena is part of that now. I think, what's the other one? Lorcana is part of that now. I want to say One Piece is also part of that. Other stuff we may have to do manually, but most of that stuff, it's Yeah, it's being automatically done. We may also have that already done for Funko Pops. I don't know. Anyway, all that being said, that's my issues in general, regardless of. And again, completely ignoring any policy decisions or anything like that. Uh, I know there was an uproar about unions, this, that, whatever else. Not getting into any of that stuff. That is my issue with using TCG Player. But that's a me personally thing. And I'm not going to tell other people not to use it. I just prefer if somebody, I would rather somebody go to an actual store. You probably have one not too far. Most people generally have one that's not too far from them that is reasonably priced that they can find easily enough on, Wizards Event Locator as an example. And say, hey, by the way, this is what I'm looking for. Okay. And go from there. There's one company I don't mind dealing with that does not have an actual storefront from what I can tell. But I see them at every convention that has a spot, has a not unrealistic spot for people to do this. They bring a bunch of board games and then they bring binders of cards, and it is extremely rare that there's a card I am looking for and they do not have. Anyway, I cannot remember what they're. I don't remember where they're located. I presume they're from the general Toronto area because they bring like big 3-inch, 3 inches is 7.62 centimeters. So we'll say 7.5 centimeter binders, full of cards. Each one sorted by set. Each one, sorted by set, color, alphabetical. And it is rare they do not have stuff I'm looking for. And I'll be asking for like the most random stuff you can find. And I'll be like, oh yeah, we got that. Here you go. I want to say they're from the general Toronto area. I think they're called XS Cards and Games, like the letters X and S. Um, yeah, every time I go to a convention, if it's not something the store I work at or any of the stores in my local area have, if I'm going to a convention, I will constantly hit them up and go, hey, by the way, do you have? I think maybe there's been one card they didn't have. TCG Logistics Story Time with EDH Bear. Lol. Yeah, and it may simply have to do with the fact that, I'm 55 now and, you know, shaking my cane, yelling at the clouds and all that stuff. I don't know. But that's a me thing. And I again, said before and I'll say again, I'll never tell somebody not to use something like that. Um, unless it's somebody I have used and have had incredibly bad experience with them. There's a convenience store around the corner from me that I've had the owner basically try and tear me a new one because I dared possibly, conceivably, make the inkling of a suggestion that it might be a good idea. He's working 7 days a week at the store. He might want to try and get himself one day off a week So he has time to actually do other stuff other than just working. And he just tore into me, and I'm like, okay, fine. I'm not coming back here. You've lost my business. I'm telling everybody else I run to not to come here either. I'm sure I by the time that happened, he's probably lost probably a couple grand off of me at least, just because he thought he could get away with like uh, I want to keep this conversation somewhat family friendly, so let's just say I was not impressed. And having worked in retail most of my employed life, yeah, we'll just leave it there. Anyway, Holly, they don't even have the looks for it. But yeah, Armor Store Guide. Like I said, if I was building my commons deck on a different premise, I would put it in. If I'm looking at a budget-friendly deck that's at all aggro, I'd put it in. Anything where it can realistically attack with at least 3 creatures on a regular basis easily, especially if they've got any sort of evasion. Keep in mind, Armor Store Guide does not have to be one of the 3 creatures. You can have, like, a Squadron Hawk, an Ornithopter, and a Stormcrow, and attack with all 3 of them. And suddenly you're like, I'm attacking with at least 3 creatures. I'm going to put a +1 counter on the Ornithopter. It doesn't take much to actually get to trigger. And Armor Star Guide doesn't even have to be one of them. It can be, often will be, because it's also it's also a 4/4 with vigilance. Doesn't have to be. A deck that's going to attack a lot that cares about +1 counters, or just wants to be able to buff. Oh my god! Heaven forbid you start doing the little clone manufacturing thing. Like, throw a copy of, like, I don't know, followed footsteps on this guy. At the beginning of your upkeep, create a token that's a copy of an enchanted creature. Throw that on the Armor Store Guide, and then start making, cool, I got 6 of them. I'm going to attack with three random creatures. Cool. I end up with 6 +1 counters. I'm going to put 2 on this, 1 on this, and 3 on that one. Or you suddenly put all 6 on one of the Armor Store Guides. And then I'll attack with that next turn. What? Dawnwing Marshal. Just the starting point of it being a 2/2 flyer for 2 is already enough to get my attention. Back to when I was your age, it was hard to get a 2/2 flyer for 2 mana. Even in white, where, the color where you could get cheap flyers. Yeah, it was, I want to say, Holly, you might remember better. 2/2 flyer, mono white, was double white to cast, wasn't it? Like, assuming we're not talking something that had some kind of drawback attached to it. I know you could get it for double black on Fel Imp, and it was like pay 2, enters the battlefield, you pay 2 life. You think so? Yeah. But yeah, it was really hard to get. 1/1 flying double strike for double white and 5th Dawn. Yeah, I'm thinking pre-modern. Like, I'm thinking something around Invasion era. Maybe Masks block? Uh, does that do what I'm looking for? Yes. Cool. O flying. Set pre-modern. No, not O. Because I recently learned its keyword. No. Nope. Let's try format pre-modern. Huh. Okay. Power equal 2. Toughness equal 2. Sort by mana value. Gaia Skyfolk. Diving Griffin was 3 but also had Vigilance. Windrake was 3. Wow. No. It effectively would have been 3. It would have been... Because the thing is, by the time you hit 3, you're looking at 2/2 with flying and something else. Where are you? Leonin Sky Hunter. Oh, okay. I guess it wasn't. Mana equal WW and yeah, Leon and Sky Hunter was the first one. Wow. Mana value. Whoops. Direction descending. Nope. Yeah, so the first vanilla 2/2 for 2 was Gaia Skyfolk. After that was Leon and Sky Hunter. It was Jada? Oh man, vanilla. I want ice cream now. Lol. Okay. Good night, Holly. Yeah, it looks like Jada might have been the first. The first were you the first vanilla? Like, the first French vanilla? Wow! We still don't actually have a 2/2 vanilla creature. Like, just 2/2 flying for 2. That's 1 colored mana and 1 colorless. but we have stuff that's comparable to that, like Quickling has flash, bounce another creature when it enters. Order of Midnight can't block but has an adventure. Shadowgeist can't block non-flyers but can tap other creatures. Jada is a miniature Sarah Angel on crack. Bloodfeather, like, we have a lot of 2/2 for 2, 2/2 flyer for 2 that all do. We don't have a 2-mana Windrake. Ha! I swear, if I ever make it into Wizards of the Coast to work on cards, I think one of the first things I'm going to generate is, you know what? Common. 2/2 for 2. 1 mana of 1 of 2, 1 blue or 1 white, probably 1 white, and 1 other. We got 2/2 for 2, 2/2 flyer for 2 mana. That's it. And they'll take a look and go, how do we not have this? You can get a 1/2 flyer for 2. Anyway. Mumble, 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 Jay Speller, and mumble, mumble. Those of you that have been around me long enough will get that. Dawnwing Marshall. But as I said, the fact that it's a 2/2 flyer for 2 is a big deal. And then it's got a bonus ability on top of it. And this is one of those cards where I could conceivably very easily throw it into my Boros aggro deck. Because just my curve stops at, I want to say it actually goes up to like 6 mana. But a bunch of it is like 3, 4, 2, 3, 4 mana. It's like clustered in that section with like a handful of 5s and 6s. No, almost nothing in terms of 1-drops. So having lands that enter tapped on turn 1 is fine. And just attack with like 4 creatures, and then, hey, by the way, this is essentially giving my team +4/+4. Yeah, it's, again, this is one of those things where, you have an army in a can. The more creatures you have out in any way, shape, or form, the bigger this is going to be. You're building a token strategy, you're going to want a card like this. You are playing, with just low to the ground aggro, you're going to want a card like this. Even something like Edgar Markov. If you can find this kind of ability with Edgar Markov, you want it to be on a vampire. If you can't, this is still fine. You're going to want this because by the time you could activate it, you should have 5 or 6 vampires. No. Yeah, you should have at least 5 or 6 vampires. And suddenly you're swinging for, 15 or 20 pretty easily. So this has got so many places it can slip into. Like, this is a scary thing. This is Foundations. Okay. Like, this is Foundations. I can easily, I shouldn't say easily. Squad Rallier might be a bit of, hey, so Deluxe was in about an hour ago. Apparently he's busy playing right now. Squad Rallier, I can see uses for it, but you're not generally looking for decks that are... You want decks where you can actually have time to use it. It's a good post board wipe recovery card. Armor Sword Guard. Any decks that want to attack with multiple, with a bunch of creatures is going to want an effect like this. Same with Dawnwing Marshal. Guarded Air. 6 mana for a 1/1 lifelink, but when it enters, you get 2 3/3s, which incidentally are night tokens. Oh man. This is a card that is begging to go into a blink deck. You're looking at what do you call it? I can't remember what it's called. No? Mall Splicer. No, Mall Splicer. This is literally like I have a red-green wall ramp deck for Pauper that I haven't updated in forever. Since like pre-COVID. Using walls to generate mana for ramping stuff out. Basically think like a Tron deck. Think like a green-based Tron deck, except instead of dealing with Tron lands, I've got overgrown battlements and stuff of that nature, because they also block really well. And so aggro decks have a great time trying to get past 0/4s, 0/5s, 0/6s. Oh yeah, they love that. And then Mall Splicer is in there for something to spend a bunch of mana on. Well, now I see Guarded Air, and I'm like, this is an updated... this is Mall Splicer. You remove the trample bit, but you give her lifelink. I see some ghost on the chat. I ain't afraid no ghost. But yes, Panharmonicon is similar to what I'm talking about. Well, no. Let me rephrase that. Panharmonicon works really well with this sort of thing. Your Panharmonicons, your flicker effects, your is it Elishnorn? There's the Elishnorn, and I think an Elspeth that like to duplicate. The chat on the video has one more person, Kent Nate. Oh! Yeah, so that's because I stream on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So it's quite possible who you're seeing is I have a user in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube chat who goes by the username of Smite Force. Yeah, he constantly pops over there instead of Twitch like a normal human being. Yeah, everybody talks in Twitch, and he's like, no, I'm going to hang out in YouTube where there's like nobody else hiding. Yes, Mike, we're talking about you. Deal with it. But yeah, there's 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 a bunch of cards that you could combine this with. Uh, you know, like I said, flicker effects work. Anything that duplicates tokens entering. Uh, if you are looking at a card like, if you're looking at a card like Maul Splicer and thinking you want something vaguely similar in white, you know, her coming into play and bringing along 2/3/3 bodyguards, and you just keep duplicating that. And then the fact that they are knights, so they get all the knight synergies, is very nice. Or very nice. Yeah. I don't know what else to say about them. Uh, Again, it looks like you're spending a lot. You are spending most of that mana for the 2/3/3 bodies. And if you were to take my mono white commons deck and take out the common restriction and build on that premise, Guarded Air I could easily see going into a deck like that. Because you're spending one card, you're not getting two bodies, you're getting three. And then add all the flicker shenanigans that you can get in white at, you know, higher rarities like your Eldrazi Displacers and what have you. Knights of the Infinite Table, yeah, basically. Knights of the Infinite Table. I have to push the Pramalot. Anywho, some blessed healer. This is, I mean, generically, ignoring its kicker shenanigans, you've got a 2 mana 3/1 with lifelink, which is perfectly serviceable. It's fine. But if you do pay the kicker cost of 1 white plus 1, return target non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So you get to... What are you called? No, it's not recommission, I don't think. Recommission? Not quite. What's the other one? You know what? Let's try Tagger. Yeah, return Arcane Signet. Woo, boy. Yeah, buddy. Return Triumphant. Return Triumph. No, the white one. Return Triumphant is kind of what I'm looking at. Oh no, not. Know what? Let's just do this. O colon U. 1. Okay. Sort by color. Tathamos High Priest does it. Huh. Lots of cards that do something similar to what I'm doing. Okay. Yeah. Oh, is that the energy one? What's the one I'm looking at? Returns to permanent. Maybe. I don't know. But I'm taking a look and I'm like, I'm not finding what I'm looking for, so it probably doesn't exist. Because I thought this ability existed as a spell. I guess not. Because there was recommission, and what was the... There was recommission and another one that had come out in the last, like, 3 years that was similar. And it wasn't the energy one. And it was white, and it was common. Oh, was it Helping Hands? Hands? Helping Hand is the one I was thinking of. But that's also only creatures. Okay. Oh no, you're not common. Oh, boo. Maybe that's also why I'm having trouble remembering it. Oh well. But yeah, some Blessed Healer. Yeah. I mean, any creature... sorry, any card that's not a land that you want to sacrifice for an effect. Like, usually you're sacrificing itself. Sometimes, like, something along the lines of Seal of Cleansing, let's say. But sometimes you're sacrificing through something else. I will point out, if you do decide to go like a mono-white aristocrat style deck, this being able to get back one of the things that you sacrificed earlier, or possibly a sack outlet, and bring that back into play. Actually, some Blessed Healer at that point might be worth a consideration if you're doing something weird like... Yeah, again, I like talking about weird decks. Deal with it. If you tune into the stream, you should know what you're getting into by now. Dauntless Veteran. Again, this is another one of those cards that's like the Dawning Marshal, Armor Sword Guide sort of playbook. If you're attacking with a bunch of creatures, 3 mana for 2/2. Whenever this creature attacks, creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is choosing to face your fear, spit in its face, and refuse to let it hold you back. Yeah, this is one of those cards where I would really love to have follow footsteps on it, and then some way to give all my stuff haste. Again, I reference Akroma's Memorial all the time, largely due to the fact that there's an ability I'm looking for that's hard to pin down elsewhere. And Akroma's Memorial, in this case, giving a deck that's at least Azorius haste is what I'm looking for, because Followed Footsteps is blue. Dauntless Veteran is white. So you look at the two of them and it's like, white is not known for giving your stuff haste. Blue is not known for giving your stuff haste. Blue is more known for anti-haste, i.e. slowing other people down. or faking haste by just, taking extra turns and whatnot. But haste itself is not normally part of Blue's playbook. So, Akroma's Memorial kind of makes sense in a deck like that. And then you go Dauntless Veteran. Thunk. Follow the footsteps. Yeah, no, they all attack. And if you've got like 4 of them, Dauntless Veteran Flame. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love it. Copy. Paste. Paste. Love the flavor text on it. Say what you want. Like, out of the top 3 games, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Magic. Pokemon almost like it's when it does have flavor text, it's usually like somewhere right down at the very bottom in small enough print that you actually have to like. Do I even have? Yes, I have a handful of Pokemon cards. Yeah. Like, here's a Suicune. Whoops. And it's something to point with. This tiny bit, this tiny bit here. Right in the bottom right corner. That tiny bit there in italics is the flavor text. Full-size cards. Tiny amount of flavor text. Tiny spot for flavor text. So most people don't even realize that Pokemon has it. Yu-Gi-Oh! Usually, can I find my Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks quickly and easily? No. I should say deck. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards are smaller than Magic or Pokemon. Like the actual physical card is smaller height and smaller width. And the text box. No. I only picked up some Pokemon so I could learn how to play at my LGS. Because I was working there. Same with Yu-Gi-Oh! I picked up a deck. So I could try and figure out how to play. But the text box is generally maybe an inch tall or so, and maybe about 2 inches wide, roughly, maybe 3. And so in metric, we're looking 2.5 centimeters tall to something like, I don't know the actual measurements, I'm estimating here, somewhere between 5 to 7.5 centimeters wide. And cards that are worth playing, that thing is usually like jammed full of text with incredibly small text. Yu-Gi-Oh! Excavator search engine. I do not see you. Alright. Hold on a sec here. You. Boop. Um. Excavate. Oh. Excavate dot top. There we go. So, just as an example. And I am by no means expecting anybody to read this. But, for a frame of reference, this is not completely unusual for a Yu-Gi-Oh card. And keep in mind, this is narrower and shorter, like shorter height than a typical Magic card. So even if you can't read it, look at how small the text on a Yu-Gi-Oh card has to be to fit everything that's being said. Exosister Irene, similar. Just a typical light monster with a bunch of text. So it's a very unusual card indeed that will actually have room for flavor text. And even if you've got something like this, Chaos Command Magician, there's a bunch of extra space here, unless it literally has no abilities. Unless it literally has no abilities, then syntax guide. Let's see if I can find. All right. Let's try. Nope. What do they use for actual card text? Oh. Minus O colon. Nope. Alright, fine. Wow. are known by normal monsters. Ba 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 ba. Alright, let's try, see if I can search for maybe C colon normal? Nope. I doubt it. Ha! Cool. Nope. What was it? If I'm... No, C colon monster. There we go. So the only way to actually get flavor text on a Yu-Gi-Oh card is to have a monster that has no abilities. That's, from what I can tell, the only way to actually get. That's the only way to get a Yu-Gi-Oh card with flavor text. Even if you've got a card that's only got like 1 or 2 lines of text and there's a bunch of room left on the text box, they don't put flavor text on it. So, but it doesn't, it does, it's like printing Vindicate. Destroy target permanent. But there's no flavor text on it whatsoever, even though you've got like oodles of space for it. It's like, yeah, no, we didn't want it. Why? Anywho. All that being said. Smites, that's it. I need to start a commander dock with cards like Dauntless Veteran and a commander that gives my creatures mirror. Oh, Myriad is commander. You can do it. You can do it. Probably this guy is probably the most likely option. Yeah, Mardu, not Mardu, Smite, I saw that. But I'm like, it itself has it? Also, you ideally want a color that that allows you to play white. So you'd be looking at Duke, Older, Raven Guard, or Master of Mysteries, and I would probably go with the Duke instead, because it's another target creature. Master of Mysteries, you'd have to play Elementals or pull the Masquerade Nexus shenanigans and give all your stuff all creature types. That being said, doing it that way, this is a 5 mana 5/5 flying first strike vigilance trample that can give your elementals. Oh my dog. If you play with Mirror Gallery / Mirror Box and Massive Mysteries, and you start. Oh, and then you start doing. Well, then you get the Sakashima routine and the Spark Double routine and so on and so forth. Yeah. Anyway. Meanwhile, back at the ranch salad dressing. Hi, how you doing? I've been streaming for over an hour and a half. I'm still working on white. But yeah, Dauntless Veteran. Again, you're playing with a bunch of tokens. Like I said, anything. It also goes into a similar deck to Armored Star Guide and Dawnwing Marshal. This is one of those things where it depends on what you're looking for. Dawnwing Marshal is activated. Armored Star Guide gives counters. And Dauntless Veteran is just a triggered pump. I think I would take the Marshal in general because you can also do it on blocking. It's a coin toss on what you're looking for. Joust through. Honestly, this is like they keep trying to print Lightning Bolt in white. Whoops. Oh well. O colon quote. Sort by color. Elspeth's Might does the same idea, except it exiles the thing. Joust through. Impeccable timing. Even at 2 mana is still fine. Razorgrass Ambush, if you want this ability, play that first because it's a land on the other side. Kellen's Lightblades has Bargain, which means that you can sacrifice a artifact, enchantment, or token as part of casting it, and if you do, instead of just dealing 3 damage, you destroy the creature instead. I think in general, I would play Razorgrass Ambush. Why can I not say that? I would play that first. Kellen's Lightblades probably second because I can probably find something I'm willing to sacrifice to just go, hey, by the way, kill it. I think Joust through. Impeccable timing is the worst. I would play Elspeth's Might probably before Joust through because exiling is more relevant than 1 life. Let's go for an approximate tier list. Approximate. I'd say the Ambush is first because it's a land on the other side. It's worth playing in general regardless, just because it's got the flexibility. I would probably go Lightblades. Impeccable timing is obviously at the bottom. I think I would go Lightblades next. It's between the Lightblades and Elspeth's Might. It depends on how the deck is designed. If I have enough stuff that I can sacrifice, just random clue tokens would work. You know, or treasure tokens or whatever. You don't need anything fancy, just enough something. If you happen to have enough random jank that ends up getting generated, play the Lightblades next. If you don't, play Smite next, and then swap for the other 2. And then it would be Joust through because it's a 1 mana version and Impeccable Timing is 2. and Joust does slightly more than what timing does. And this is assuming you are looking for this exact phrase. You are looking for 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature at instant speed in white. If you're looking for anything else, there's enough ways to, there's enough ways to get actual creature removal. But I would, if I am looking for something of this nature at all, start off with the ambush, because the fact that it's a land when you need it to be a land is going to be a big difference. Yeah, Joust through. I would say out of the 4 cards that do exactly this, that are instants, it's number 4 on the list. Which to me says you should be playing something else. Because at 2 mana, you can at 1 mana, you can realistically find Swords to Plowshares, Path to Exile, and other similar cards. At 2 mana, you can find cards like Get Lost. Which is still, very flexible removal with a very simple, a very light, I'd say drawback. No. Compensation. I think if it was just destroy target creature, they wouldn't get the map tokens. I think they're getting the map tokens. Well, yeah, I think they're getting the map tokens because of its huge flexibility. Yeah, so, but for 1 and 2 mana, being able to get a creature off the board is insanely easy. If you're running Joust through, you have a reason for dealing damage to a creature in combat specifically. If you don't have a specific reason for dealing damage to creature in combat, instant isn't an instant if it contains attacking or blocking. Well, it is, because that means you have to do it during combat, which is the only time that you can't cast sorceries during combat unless something says you can play it as though it had flash, i.e. as though it were an instant. So, I get your argument. I'm just saying there's a hole in your argument. But I get your point. Inspiring Paladin. 3 mana for a 3/3 human knight. On your turn, it has first strike. And creatures you control with +1 counters on them have first strike. If you're looking at Inspiring Paladin, you should probably also be looking at Armasaur Guide if you're looking at more cards in white, because suddenly going, hey, by the way, I attack with these, this gets a +1 counter, it now has first strike. Wait, what? Yeah, Inspiring Paladin suddenly gets turned on when you get the attack trigger from Armasaur Guide kicking in. Obviously, you play this in a deck that cares about +1 counters. Master Chef is a great way to make sure you have counters coming on your stuff. I wonder. Oh, colon. Choose a background. Mana value less than 3. There are 2. Alright. How about mana value equals 3? Sort by color. Okay. Lysel would do it. Yeah. Lysel is what I want from this. Turn 3 Lysel. Actually, no. Turn 3 Master Chef. Turn 4 Lysel. And yeah. But yeah, something of that. You guys can figure out the specifics. But yeah, Inspiring Paladin. If you're playing with +1 counters, Inspiring Paladin, just giving your stuff first strike, like I said, is one of those abilities that people just overlook because it doesn't look as exciting as something like Trample. And I would say that first strike is a bigger deal than Trample is. Felidar Savior. Oh, speaking of +1 counters, I think they wanted white to deal with +1 counters in this set. 4 mana, 2/3 with lifelink. When it enters, put a +1 counter on each of up to 2 other target creatures you control. So nice. Like, this is one of those cards that you want to be able to flicker and just keep reusing. Like, imagine flickering this twice in a single turn cycle. You know, you flicker it twice in a single turn cycle, and it's like, well, there's 4 +1 counters thrown on stuff. Again, if you're playing with +1 counters, Vanguard Seraph. 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer. When you gain life for the first time each turn, surveil 1. Just imagine throwing, I don't know, lifelink in some shape or form on her. What's that funny one that's in standard right now? Sheltered by Ghosts. Oh wow, it does all the things. Yeah, Sheltered by Ghosts. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has lifelink and ward 2. And when it enters, exile target non-land permanent opponent controls until this or leaves the battlefield. You're basically looking at Banishing Light. Yeah, throw that on Vanguard Seraph. You're going to be in for she'll be in for a good time, maybe not a long time. Yeah. And then you get regular surveilling too, because she'll be able to attack for 4 every turn with lifelink. She's also not that far away from being Sarah Angel. Again, you know, 1 white to get +1/+1 and vigilance. Actually, you know what? That's a good question. ID equal white, mana value less than 3. Oh, easily. Oh, you could so easily get it for 1 mana. Sort by mana value. Okay. Not for 1 mana. Well, light wheel enhancements. Okay, yeah, light wheel enhancements. +1/+1 in vigilance. Gives max speed. Sorry. Has start your engines. At max speed, you can cast this from your graveyard. It doesn't say just once. It says, it says you can cast it from your graveyard. Sentinel's Eyes has got escape. If you're playing with +1 counters, you want Gleam of Authority. Soul Strike Technique. When enchanted creature dies, manifest the top card of your library. Yeah, sounds about right. And Triclopian Sight has got Flash. And when it enters, you untap enchanted creature. 3 proper staples on the page. Cartouche, Sentinel's Eyes, and I presume the third one is Solid Footing. Yeah, I was gonna say that. I think Light Wheel Enhancements is just one of those cards that people haven't really done much yet, because Light Wheel Enhancements does not take much to be better than Sentinel's Eyes. It's the same text. You just have to attack a few. You just have to be able to deal damage for like 3 additional times, and then you can just simply cast it from your graveyard. I think it has the ability to be better than Sentinel's Eyes. Just people are so used to how good Sentinel's Eyes is. It's almost like trying to find a card that's better than Lightning Bolt. And we can find cards that are comparable to Lightning Bolt. But yeah, Vanguard Seraph, I think you... again, I'm getting the feeling Sarah Angel might be able to be made it common. And I don't think they want to. But man, would it be fun. Claws out? Huh. Oh no. I'm sure we could spare a little of today's catch for a hungry friend. Or 2. Or 5. Or 7. Yeah. There's 2 ways to build 2 ways to use this. One, you're playing cats. Yeah. I don't smoke. I can get around that and save a lot of money. We won't get into that discussion. But no, claws out, there's 2 ways to build this. A, you play cats. Or 2, you build tribal and you have Masquerade Nexus, and suddenly this affects all your creatures. Actually, no. Wait, you don't actually need to I think it would actually be fine without having to worry about affinity. It's obviously better if you can tap your creatures for it. But like if you've got like a Masquerade Nexus in play and you tap... No, you don't tap. It just costs less. I am mixing it up with Convoke and similar abilities. There's a couple of cards like Convoke. Not cards, abilities. There's Convoke, there's Waterbend, there is Improvise. There's a few... Yeah, Conspire would also count. Sorry, I thought I heard something from outside. Um, so here I am thinking, hey, you got to tap your creatures. No, it just costs less. So if you happen to have three cats in play, which is not hard, especially if you're playing with any number of changelings anyway. It's also an instant. Giving your entire team +2/+2 for potentially is for. I think it's not unrealistic to say you could do this for 3 mana. Not unreasonable to say you might have a cat in play, maybe from an Ajani, let's say, or something, and a changeling, which could be Mutavault, as an example, and suddenly be, hey, by the way, oh, you're done blocking? Okay, I'll pay 3 mana. All my creatures now get +2/+2 till end of turn. You're like, wait, what? Yeah, all my creatures get +2/+2 till end of turn. Enjoy. It literally does not take much at all to turn this on. Prideful Parent. 3 mana for a 2/2. When it enters, you get a 2/2 vigilance. When it enters, you make a 1/1 cat. Again, another potential replacement for something in one of my commons only, you know, in this. I have a 3 mana for 2/2, 2/2, pardon me, vigilance. Because the creature type pretty much does not matter here. I don't think I see anything that jumps out at me as something I would want to replace it with. It's a 3-drop. Maybe Sworn Companions. Nothing in the 2 bodies section jumps out at me as something to replace. Icatian Crow's already been kicked out. Yeah, nothing. So it's one of those cards where if I was considering, if I was building it now, it would just be, well, do I play this or do I play that? And I might play Prideful Parent instead of something else because the creature type is more fun. But that's all it is. 1, 2, 3. All right. Good lord. I've been at this for 2 hours and I'm just getting to blue now. Let's see how quickly I can get through this. Skyship Buccaneer. 5 mana for a 4/3 flyer. When it enters, if you attack, draw a card. It's the pirate's nature to be free of law. Gravity is no exception. Carrie Zev, Skyship Captain. Yeah, it sounds about right. So, slightly smaller than a air elemental, but when it enters, if you attack, you draw a card. Okay. Again, one of those creatures that I think you can get away with flickering every so often. You attack with it, and then after combat damage has happened, you flicker it, and it enters, and you draw another card, and you can just simply use that to get a nice chain of card draw every so, on a regular basis. You're playing pirates because I don't really see it being useful elsewhere and want consistent card draw. It's fine. Icewind Elemental. Again, this time we're looking at my blue commons only deck, which is, quote unquote, take me down a cantrip city, i.e., as many cards as possible, draw cards. This is 5 mana for a 3/4 flyer. When it enters, you loot. Display, sort by mana value, low to high. Alright. Well, I can kick out the Sky Eel School because it's got an extra point of toughness and an easier cost. Not like the cost makes a big difference, but it is a difference. Oh, sure, but Mo Drifter's already in the deck. I would keep the Vanguard because it's draw a card, not draw then discard. Yeah, I think the only card that jumps out at me that I would want to replace would be Sky Eel School. An easier cost. Again, it's a mono blue deck, so that doesn't make as much difference. And a 4th point of toughness. So that would be a strict upgrade there. Yeah, if you're not building that style of deck, you really want this either for card quality manipulation, pitching extra lands or whatever, or where the discard a card clause is relevant. So, that could be I'm discarding because of madness, I'm discarding because of flashback, etc. Either the act of discarding is relevant for effects like madness, or getting it into your graveyard is relevant for flashback, for escape, for retrace, disturb, or other similar mechanics, or because you want your graveyard to reanimate with something else, like Dread Return. And so, a giant beast suddenly in your graveyard, and you go, hey, by the way, cool, now that I've actually got in the graveyard, thunk! I think a Simic Reanimator deck would be kind of scary. And I want Simic specifically. Not, not Sultai. Or, not Sultai, not Banned. I want to go Simic. You can have loot on a body for as low as 1 CM. Yeah, sure. And 2 is the typical. But if you also want your body to be a reasonable creature to begin with, a 3/4 flyer for 5 mana is not, is not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. It's better than Phantom Monster, which I see as like my mental starting point for cards like this. And a 3... even in Pauper, if you don't have a lot... like, there are games that are lost just because of not having access to flying. Or some way to deal with flying creatures. And I find Commander is very much, it's that exaggerated. So having a reasonable size, not a huge, but reasonable sized body with flying can actually get you out of so many extra scrapes. TLDR, I think it's fine. It doesn't have to be this is not, Time Twister level or even Soul Ring level, but it's still decent, it's still playable, it's still worth remembering that, hey, this exists. This might be a card I might want to put in somewhere if I have a use for it. Starlight Snare. This is this is now when we start taking a look at cards like Weakstone Subjugation, and apart from the fact that it can also hit artifacts, we take a look at it and go, I could pay extra as an additional cost. Okay. Good night, Smite. Or I can pay extra up front and tap down the creature in the first play. Tap down the... Smite also says goodnight. I think I missed him. If you like this kind of ability, this might be quite possibly one of the... Don't quote me on this, but I think this might be one of the top 3 cards of this kind of ability. I think Weakstone Subjugation is obviously going to be top tier. I don't think this is that far behind. I mean, obviously, it's like comparing, Weakstone Subjugation is like saying Soul Ring, and then this is like... I'm not entirely sure. Sort by mana value. Apathy lets you untap it. Bind the monster, burninates you. Sleep magic. Oh, wow. Sleep magic is really good. Whenever enchant creature is dealt damage, sacrifice it. But that's not that easy unless you're doing something like Blasphemous Act, in which case the creature's probably dying anyway. Watery Grasp doesn't untap. Very chill. Bitter Chill is better. Wow. Sleeping Potion. Stay hidden, stay silent. Wow. There are lots of cards, even at 2 mana, that I would say are better. Charmed Sleep is where it starts. Charmed Sleep, Claustrophobia, Containment Membrane, Containment Protocol. Yeah. Dramatic accusation, frozen's. Yeah. Okay. Good call on that. Actually, you know what? You know what I should have done is I should just go here. Better than these. Worse than dramatic accusation. Yep, because dramatic accusation is the same card. Also a common. But you can pay 2 to shuffle an enchanted creature in its owner's library, which obviously means the enchantment falls off, but wow. Okay. Skip that. Starlight Snare? No, there are better options. This should go down here. There are strictly better options. Even including at lower costs. At 2, you should be able to get this. So that was a good call. Uncharted Voyage. Target creature's owner puts it on their choice of top or bottom of their library. Not necessarily. Not necessarily because, again, first of all, I'm looking at cards that, like, even cards that are older than Foundations. There are cards that are older than this set at 2 mana that are better than it. Release date. Excuse you, thank you. Flood the engine. Yeah. But for you can make an argument for Singing Bell Strike because paying 6 to untap the creature is huge. You might as well just not even bother. Winter's Rest, debatable. But Ray of Frost came out 3 years earlier. Has flash, doesn't untap. If it's red, you tap it. And if it's red, it loses all abilities. So that's hilarious. But yeah, Bitter Chill came out in 2023. 2 mana. When it enters, tap enchant creature. Enchant creatures doesn't untap normally. When Bitter Chill hits the graveyard, you can pay 1 to scry 1 and draw, which is basically opt, I think it is. And then the same year, we also got Stay Hidden, Stay Silent, which replaces this last ability with paying 6 to shuffle the as a source, pay 6 as a sorcery to shuffle enchant creature into its owner's library, and then manifest red. So if you're looking for blue removal, and you're expecting to have to go with some kind of like, well, shut this down for now ability, Stay Hidden, Stay Silent is probably where you want to go. And that's at 2 mana. But yeah, Starlight Snare, pass. You can do better at 2 mana. You can do better at 3 mana. And there are 1 mana options that are worth playing. Uncharted Voyage. This is hilarious, and like any effect along this line at all is hilarious in response to, okay, I'm going to crack a fetch land. I have a response. Oh no, it's not what you think. Okay, so I get my fetch. Sure, it's just worse. By the way, this creature of yours is getting shuffled into your deck as well. Wait, what? Put the creature on top or bottom. And then it's shuffled. Yeah. Because you have to shuffle. And it's an instant. You want blue removal? And this is assuming you are not doing blue removal the way I do blue removal. In other words, if you take a look at my ramp deck, this is not the best example. But cards like Raven Form. Exile target artifact or creature, and they get a 1/1 flyer instead for 3 mana. Or Resculpt. Exile target artifact or creature, they get a 4/4 elemental instead for 2 mana as an instant. And then, of course, you get Phyrexian Ingester that just, when it enters, you exile another creature, and then this gets a boost depending on how big it is. Imprison in the Moon. You're not what you thought you were anymore. You're now a colorless land that taps for colorless and have no other abilities. Yeah. I generally want blue cards that will actually remove a threat. If you're assuming that blue removal has to be temporary in some way, this is a relatively permanent temporary removal. Because shuffling it back into the deck means they have to find it again. And there's a good chance they're not going to find it in the next 10 turns. Barring some kind of tutoring ability or, drawing many cards shenanigans. Oh, and you get to surveil 1, which is always nice. You find a handful of effects like that at instant speed. You wait for somebody to play an effect that forces them to shuffle any sort of search effect, and you're like, oh, hey, by the way, yeah, you can shuffle that back in too. You're going to get a lot of annoyed people. Elementalist Adept. Are you looking for a blue aggro deck? Two mana for 2/1. And you're going, wait, aggro. It's a 2/1. Well, flash. Okay, that's cute. It's still not going to help. And prowess. What? You hit it with any kind of pump effect. Like, let's say, as an example, the following turn, you cast Sunken City. Two blue. Blue creatures you control blue creatures get +1/+1. So it's now going to be 3/2. But you also cast it this turn. So that's going to make it a 4/3 till end of turn. Even if you don't keep it around, it's going to attack that turn as a 4/3 on turn 3, potentially. Even if you cast this later on in the game. Cool, I got 2 extra mana. I'll play this. And then you maybe cast a couple of cantrips because you're looking for something specific. And the next thing you know, hey, by the way, attack for 4. What? If you are building any sort of aggro deck, if you're building any sort of deck that wants to attack for a lot, think about the premise of like a hexproof deck or an infect deck or something of that nature, and base it in blue, and this is going to end up doing a lot of work. If you are using blue for your creature base for that, the adept is going to do a lot of work in that style of deck. Cephalid Ink Mage. 3 mana for 2/2. When it enters Surveil 3, that's basically like drawing a card and a half. A common way of thinking of things is, I think Scry 2 is approximately equal to drawing a card in terms of like balance and so forth. Surveil is commonly seen to be a little bit better than Scry because with Scry, the cards are back in your deck, which means if you shuffle, they're back in your deck. You have to get rid of them again, potentially. Although sometimes that is what you want. Scry, if you don't want it right now, it's going into your graveyard. Which is sometimes also where you want the card. See Reanimator decks, see cards with flashback, etc., etc. Oh! Hilariously, Narcomoeba also triggers when you surveil it. Wait, what? Narcomoeba. When this card is put into your graveyard from your library, you may put it onto the battlefield. Surveil looks at the top 3 cards of your library, put any number of them into your top cards of your library, put any number of them into your graveyard. So it's going from your library straight to your graveyard. When this card is put into your graveyard from your library, that's hilarious. I think it's the only card that specifically worked. Actually, no, is it? Copy. Because there might be one that I've... Nope, it's the only one. Tiger. Okay. Anywho. But yeah, if you're playing with cards that are along the lines of Narcomoeba, or you could mill Squee Goblin Nabob, which is hilarious because if you mill it on your next upkeep, oh, I'm in your graveyard. Cool, you want to return me back to your hand? Threshold. This creature can't be... Threshold itself, that used to be an actual ability. And cards that had Threshold simply, did whatever as long as you had at least 7 cards in your graveyard. Nope, wrong one. What were you? Oh yeah. Let's go with Werebear. So, Threshold was... I'm going to incorrectly use the word trigger here. Werebear gets +3/+3. This is not a triggered ability. It would just simply trigger, or maybe I should just say it would kick in as soon as you have 7 or more cards in your graveyard. As soon as that happens, this +3/+3 kicks in, which is why it was a 2-mana 1/1 that tapped for green. It was a slightly more expensive land anywhere else, but as soon as your graveyard was full enough, and that's not hard to do, it's now a 4/4. Lano Bear Elf? Llanowar Bear? I don't know. Uh, but they eventually just turned around and made it into, instead of saying, well, because it it did have a defined ability, etc., 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 and they turned it into, I believe it's called an ability word. Um, and now all that means is like threshold. Anything that cares about threshold will, it'll see it. But and the word threshold we know refers to having 7 or more cards in your graveyard. But the word threshold itself now no longer has a definition. It's just a card that we know that it's just a name used to hold stuff together. That's it. But yeah, 3-mana 2/2 when it enters Surveil 3, which is, as I said, it's almost like drawing a card. Unfortunately for my Take Me Down Cantrip City deck, this does not qualify. But it's unblockable as long as you've got at least 7 cards in your graveyard. Plus, it's uncommon. I can't play it there anyway. Yeah, I would aim for playing it based on this. I would aim for playing it based on unblockable and trying to find a way to keep your graveyard accessible. So expect to have a few, not necessarily a lot, but a few stifle effects and a handful of counter spells. You're going to want to stop somebody from successfully cracking Reliquary Terror, Reliquary Progenitus, and similar effects. And you're going to also need to get rid of cards like Scavenging Ooze and Lion Sash and other effects. You could also play with cards like Karn the Great Creator, although that specific card might be a bit rude. It might also, however, be safer than some of the options because it is killable. It's it's not like Stony Silence where it's just an enchantment and now you have to deal with an enchantment on the board. No, you've got a planeswalker that can actually be attacked and dealt with in other manners as well. So, but yeah, there's options, and I would eye that on the threshold. Erudite Wizard. Again, my Control T. Nope, wrong one. Boop, noodle. Where are you? That is the sort of card that I want to put into something like this. Because I draw so many extra cards, almost every creature says something about drawing a card. Some of my... Nope, none of my pump spells actually do it. most of my removal, including the aforementioned Relic of Brigadus, draws cards. I've got 7 cards whose job it is to draw. Well, most of them let me draw 3 cards or more. This only lets me draw 1, but I get my entire graveyard back. All these counter spells also say, hey, by the way, draw a card. A lot of my mana rocks allow me to draw a card with them. Draw a card, draw a card, draw a card, draw a card, draw a card. These fetch lands don't count. These 7 lands here all either have cycling or let me get a card back or something of that nature. And so I'm seeing all of that. It's like, yeah, the number of ways I have to draw additional cards. I should be drawing at least a second card probably every turn. Because I'm just going to keep chaining through card draw, which is why I'm also okay running like 33-ish lanes in this deck and 7 mana rocks. Because I draw so many cards. But yeah, Erudite Wizard, 3 mana for a 2/3. Whenever I draw my second card each turn, this gets a +1 counter on it. Whoops, wrong one. Get back here. That is basically a slightly less expensive, slightly smaller Latinum Adept. In fact, I may replace one of the other cards with that, so I have 2 cards that have got the same kind of ability. I don't want to replace Ikite, just simply because it's got flying. Ikite and Steelgaze Griffin, I probably need those. I might replace Mantle of Tides. Undecided. Anywho. This triggers on you drawing a second card each turn. If you can consistently draw a second card each turn, you're playing blue. That should not be hard. Big Fin Bouncer. You, on the other hand, 4 mana. When it enters, return target creature opponent controls to owner's hand. This is basically Mana War for 1 more mana. But you get a 3/2 instead of a 2/2. And, hilariously, it's also a pirate. Which puts you in Demir. Boop, noodle, toaster, strudel. Handful of guys for reanimating. Some flicker effects. Pirates. I can probably replace one of these guys. Sort cards by Loda High. Oh, I don't see anything that jumps out at me right away that I need to, that would be, replace this. I'm not saying there isn't anything. I'm just saying I don't see anything immediate that would need to be replaced. But that's where I would be looking. Because, hey, I'm looking for pirates. If you're playing blue and want something vaguely along lines of Ravenous Chupacabra, this is what you'd be playing. And it is a pirate. Dragecatcher. 2 mana for 1/3 Vigilance Prowess. Again, something that suggests possibility of agroness. This may be more than you expect. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, put that many incubation counters on it. I attack with this. I cast, okay, I don't block. Okay, I cast Opt, I cast Brainstorm. As examples. They could be like any random spells. They could be Unsummon and, Unsummon and then I Force Spike my Unsummon. Whatever. I got 3 counters on this. Okay, cool. Hit you for 3. Okay. I then remove the 3 counters and get a 2/2 flyer. What? I remove the 3 counters and get a 2/2 flyer. I'm now going to be able to attack for 3 every turn. Being able to get through for 1 extra point of damage every turn is already nice. Again, Sunken City, Gauntlet of Power, the white, or not the white, the blue, what do you call it? Paragon. Paragon of Gathering Mists. Which doesn't look, which looks okay. But it makes cards like this and it makes cards like that and Elementalist Adept and stuff of that nature a lot better. ID. Grand Architect, Paragon of Gathering Mist, Sunken City, and you could try and make an argument for Unctus, but definitely Grand Architect, Paragon of Gathering Mist, and Sunken City would be in that deck. And yeah, just again, it doesn't look like much until you're able to start generating those 2/2 counters with surprisingly relevant regularity. And then those 2/2 flyers are like, why is my life total down to like 15 already? Because you're letting me hit you for 6 damage a turn because I got 3 drakes. What do you expect? Arcane Epiphany. There's over 9,000 ways to find a way to draw 3 cards. Even at instant speed. If you were playing Wizards, this is 3 mana, this is 2 mana, double blue easily. Slightly harder to cast than Ancestral Recall. But again, I said before and I'll just say it again. If you control a wizard, changelings have all creature types, including being a wizard. If you got a changeling in play, yes? Cool. Draw 3 cards for 2 mana. What else do you want me to say? If you're playing with a vaguely reasonable number of wizards, let's say 10-ish, you'll probably have, and again, keep in mind, changelings do count. You've got, would be a cool, not often alternative and popper, sadly uncommon. Yeah. Uh, I feel like, you know what? Let me look this up. Format popper, type wizard, uh, order EDH rec, because, uh, this isn't a great analog, but it's a starting point. Murmuring Mystic is a wizard that people occasionally play. Fairy Seer, Spell Stutter Sprite, Seagate Oracle, I'm trying to see what makes sense that people would actually legitimately play. Augur of Bolus, potentially. I think it is. I think if it was common, you could actually see it getting played occasionally, because it's one of those cards that I think you could end up incidentally running enough wizards. Like, imagine Archaeomancer in the same deck. Yeah. Oh yeah, plus wizard cycling gets you the... It'll get Hilary, it gets you Murmuring Mystic. A lot of the fairies that people like to play, if they're not rogues, they're fairies that get played are commonly either rogues or wizards. Sometimes there's something else instead. Usually they're one of those two, though. But, yeah, if you're... I think if Arcane Epiphany was common, it would get played enough, because, I mean, also look at the fact that you could go, pay two, I have Archaeomancer in play. Or, sorry, I have, I don't know, Spell Stutter Sprite. I pay 2 mana, I draw it, I play Archaeomancer, I bring it back, I pay another 2 mana, I draw 3 more cards. Oh, cool, I've drawn into my Murmuring Mystic now. I think you could get away with, like, 12 wizards. And, yeah, I think that might be a large part of the reason. Oh. Oh, no. I just realized I've been misreading this card. It costs 1 less to cast. Oh my god, I feel like an idiot. I was so excited you could get this down to 2 mana. I thought for each wizard you controlled, it would get you... for each wizard you controlled, it would get you down a mana. No. Oh no, I can bring it down to 2. No, you can't. You can get it down to 4 mana. Which is basically concentrate as an instant, which, again, isn't bad. But nowhere near as exciting as what I thought. Oh well. Yeah. Suddenly I am much less interested in this card. I mean, it doesn't mean it's bad, but just concentrate is very meh. Drawing 5 cards at instant speed for 3 mana is okay. You should be able to do better than that. But yeah, um, because what's the one I keep like? Because here's the other problem. For 6 mana at instant speed, you can draw 4. What's the other one I keep mixing it up with? Opportunity and... Oh, no. No. Tidings. Tidings is the other one. As a sorcery, you can draw 4. And if you don't mind skipping a turn once in a while, you can pay 3 mana. And as an instant, draw 4 cards. And just skip your turn. Basically, what you do is you do this at the end of the turn of the person before you. Pay 3 mana, draw 4 cards. Okay, your turn. Wait, what? Although you normally want to do that in a deck where you get extra untaps anyway. But that's another story. I'm amused how many ways there are to draw 4 cards. Like, you yourself draw 4. There are 20 ways to do it. Cruel Bargain and Infernal Contract, you lose half your life. Royal Scions can do it. Nibelheim of Flame. Choose target deals. Oh, okay. Only if you flash back. Tower of Fortunes. Personally, I really love Tower of Fortunes because you can go, cool, I got a bunch of extra mana. I'm going to just randomly draw 4 cards now. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm just going to randomly draw 4 cards now. Practical research is basically thirst for knowledge turn, with an extra card draw, and then you have to discard an instant or sorcery. That's not hard. Pyretic Charge. If your hand's empty, it's just 5 mana to draw 4. Yeah, there's a... Oh yeah, Sphinx of the Charms. Incidentally, if you're playing any deck that's got cards that you can run an infinite number of, there's always idea. Yeah, but that's only 3 cards. If you're playing any of those decks where you can run a number of copies of card X, Persistent Petitioners, Rat Colony, Dragon's Approach, etc., etc. Rung Sphinx of the Chimes. In fact, Sphinx of the Chimes probably, out of those, might belong best in, off the top of my head, I would say Dragon's Approach and, what do you call it? Slime Against Humanity. Because they do care about copies being in the graveyard. And oh my dog, Sphinx of the Chimes with... Sphinx of the Chimes with either of those is just nuts. Dragon's Approach. Sphinx. pitch 2, draw 4, 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 pitch 2, draw 4. Okay, I gotta stop now. Okay, I'll pay 3 mana. Do 3 to everybody. XLO these, get a dragon. Pay 3. XLO these, get another dragon. Oh no, end of turn, I have to discard cards. Okay, yeah. And also, no, I don't think... Just out of curiosity, are there... There's one card at common that allows you to draw 4. There's one card. But you have to discard 2 cards. Plus spend the cards that you cast. So you draw 4 cards, but you end up ahead +1. Wow, that hurts. Anyway. But yeah, I have to... You know what? I'm going to make a note of you. Just because I know that is a card I constantly forget. Or not a card, oh wow. Three sorcery, draw 4. Opportunity for you instant, draw 4. Just because I know there's cards that I keep wanting to remember, what I can never remember them. Anyway, but yeah, Arcane Epiphany, it's fine. Getting it as an instant concentrate is okay. Honestly, in general, most of the time I would prefer to run Thirst for Knowledge or a similar effect instead. But yeah, it's fine. Strix Lookout. Hey, guess what? Stormcrow's been kicked to the curb yet again. Wait, what? I think the only thing that kept Stormcrow at all available. 2 mana for 1/2 bird. Hey, Yorgo! Have you come to Bargle? I have come to Bargle. But it's a bird. Oh my gods. Poor Stonecrow. It had one job and it's failed. It's even failed at 2 turns to Bargle. Get more Tim Hortons. Yeah. Honestly, this is a card that might possibly sneak into my let's try this again. Into Take Me Down to Cantrip City. Because it's a slightly it's a better... Is it Bay Falcon? Bay Falcon. What were you equivalent to? Zephyr Falcon. Yeah. Okay. Bay Falcon, also known as Zephyr Falcon. Two ancient cards that did the exact same thing. 1/1 Flying Vigilance. Back in the day, that was pretty solid. Now you can get a 1/2 at common and pay 2 and tap to loot. Which, in a deck like Cantrip City, I can see wanting that because there's a handful of cards that are going to want the ability to, hey, suddenly I draw an extra card. Cool. All these kick in. Do I actually have anything that I want to kick out of there for that? Display, sort by mana value. Urine enters, so maybe no there. I have a 1/2 flyer that can loot. Okay, I see nothing there that wants to get kicked out. Debatably Soaring Show Off. That's an enters the battlefield, but I might have enough enters already. You're a 2/1 flyer, that's a 1/2 Flying Vigilance. I don't see anything that immediately strikes me as something to kick out for it. Maybe Thalico's Seer. Maybe. Although it does have Shadow, which means it's, unless somebody else that I'm attacking happens to have something with Shadow, this is going to attack every single turn and legitimately be unblockable because... There we go. Yeah, when this creature leaves the battlefield, draw a card. Nothing jumps out at me as something to replace. I don't know. But again, had this card already existed when I went to sketch out that deck, and I have it made. I am down to 22 cards. Sorry, 22? I think I might be short one. Actually, 22 and 21. No, that's right. My project is about half done. Plus 9 more decks that are currently in progress. Which you can see here. Whoops. Son of a biscuit, you moved. You are not supposed to move. These are all the cards I need to finish off 9 more decks. So, 209 more decks to finish off. 209 decks will finish off... Sorry, 209 cards will finish off 9 more decks. I'll get there eventually. But yeah, had this already existed, I might have thrown that in instead of something else. You're playing bird tribal and you want a cheap bird, it's still good. I don't know where else I would put. Again, unless you're like if you're looking for a consistent discard outlet, it's still fine. It's 2 and tap. But the funny thing is, the 2 and tap is fine considering it's got vigilance. Curator of Destinies. Oh man, if I was. This is another deck where. You know what it's like when you have a deck that you've already got built, and then suddenly you see something, and it's like, you know, I could rebuild this deck in this style instead. One of the various decks that I have that I'm working on finishing up at this point is this one. Svella Ice Shaper, red-green uncounterable. I have 30 cards left to go to finish it. I have 30 cards. Yeah. I have 30 cards left to go to finish it, including like 4 lanes. I could also, so the entire premise of that deck, as you know, as it says on the tin, is almost every card in that deck says this card, you know, this spell can't be countered. Where are you? You are Gruul. Boop. Noodle. Uncounterable Smashing McSmashington. You know, there's my general. You can be countered, but its activated ability, because it's an activated ability, not a spell. You pay 8 and tap. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may cast a spell from among them without paying its mana cost. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. The 28 other creatures that are in here all say we can't be countered. I have 5 cards there that are there to pump my team. Sometimes it's until end of turn. Usually it's till end of turn. Domri and Arcabolus is not temporary. That's a permanent +1/+0. But they all have the text on it saying either it can't be countered or creature spells you have can't be countered or something to that effect. I have 3 cards that say, you know, that allow me to draw cards. Insist. The next creature spell you play this turn can't be countered by spells or abilities. So if I play this before I cast Svella, you can't counter Svella. Overmaster. Next instant or sorcery you cast this turn can't be countered. Draw a card. So cast Overmaster to protect the Insist to protect Svella. I could do that. Veil's Summer will probably draw me a card. Spells you control can't be countered this turn, etc., etc. I have 6 counter spells of some sort here. So, yeah, I can't be countered, but by the way, I'm countering your stuff. 13 slots of removal. If X is 5 or more, this spell can't be countered and damage can't be prevented. Can't be countered, can't be countered. Split second. Can't be countered. If this is kicked, it has split second. Can't be countered, can't be countered, can't be countered. Can't be countered. Can't be countered, can't be countered, can't be countered. I think you get where this is going. There are some decks where I like to take a theme and just push it to, insanity. Uh the flip side of this deck, my counterspell deck in Bant is I think literally half the deck says uh, stop a spell from resolving somehow. Oh yeah, I would also put Cavern of Souls in here if I could afford it. Um, Cavern of Souls, cheapest USD. I think that's how you do it. Is 43.57 for the cheapest print. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then my mana rocks. I have 7 mana rocks here. 5 of them have activated abilities that turn them into creatures. So those are creatures that counter target creature spell. That's not going to work. I have 7 lands that can become creatures until, well, 5 of them can become creatures till end of turn. And then I got Dark Depths and Thespian Stage. So that's creating a large creature without casting a spell. Then I got Boseiju, who shelters all. If that mana is spent on an instant or sorcery spell, that spell can't be countered by spells or abilities. Yeah. You are not stopping my stuff from resolving. At least if you're playing counter spells. My stuff is getting through. All that is to say, I could take that deck and probably port it into mono blue and start off with something like Curator of Destinies. Oh no. This would be my general. That's a whole Primal Tide. This would be my general. It can't be countered. And then the usual shenanigans that go along with it. And then just a bunch of creatures and a bunch of other stuff that say, hey, by the way, this can't be countered, etc. And when this enters, look, top 5. Oh, yeah. This is the reverse Factor Fiction. What? Factor Fiction, famous / infamous, really old blue card. 1 blue plus 3. Instant. You reveal the top 5 cards of your library. An opponent separates them into 2 piles. One of those 2 piles goes in your hand, the other pile goes in your graveyard. I forget what the wording on which one's which. Piles can have 0 cards in them. This is similar as with an Enter the Battlefield ability, except you look at the top 5, you separate them into 2 piles, 1 face up, 1 face down. And the opponent chooses one that goes in your hand, and the other 2 go in the graveyard. Yeah, but that's where I see Curator of Destinies normally going in my, the way I like to see building decks. Obviously it's not the only place. It is the Sphinx. It's gonna go in anything where Sphinxes care, etc., etc., etc. It's still fine. Crypt Feaster. Now we're finally on to black. Yeesh. I'm gonna have to try and push my way through this. I've been at this 3 hours and I'm just hitting black. That's what I get for getting distracted. I have a distraction, I have a distraction, I have a distraction. 4 mana for a 3/4 menace zombie. And is it just me or does he look like he's wearing sunglasses? What? Open image in new tab. I mean, in closer inspection, no. But pull back a bit, and it could very easily be mistaken for sunglasses. Johnny Cage wins. I mean, plus he's got the chain to go along with it. He could be Johnny Cage as a zombie. 3/4 with menace. When it attacks, if you've got threshold, it's attacking as a 5. Okay, Corey Hart. He attacks as a 5/4. Plus, he's already got all the zombie synergies going on with it. I'm like, is there a reason not to play this in a zombie deck? Is there a reason? Like, is there a legitimate reason? Is there a legitimate reason not to play this just in decks? It's easy. Okay, its fail condition is it's a 3/4 zombie with menace. That's the floor for a 4 mana creature. That is still pretty good. Sure. But its fail condition is a 3/4 menace. For 4 mana. I think its fail condition is still reasonable. And then if you happen to have threshold, which is not hard to get, and your biggest threats against having threshold are artifacts, which are likely to get cashed in at some point anyway, or enchantments, and black has got enchantment removal these days. We won't get into that discussion. Black has got enchantment removal these days. And so being able to blow up something like a Rest in Peace or a Leyline of the Void or something of that effect is actually not too difficult. And if it's a creature, you're playing black. If you cannot deal with creatures, there's something wrong. There was a card that I called a bad card last week, and it exiled a creature. Because it was 5 mana. And I'm like, you can do that for 4. You can, at higher rarities, you can do that for like 3 or less. Plus, if you don't mind dealing with shenanigans, you can steal creatures and then sacrifice them for fun and profit in mono black. And it's not that hard. So, there's always a way. Yeah, the biggest thing you're going to have issues with are honestly, the biggest thing, wow, I think the biggest problem card for a deck with that, a deck that wants threshold is something like, and I kid you not, Honored Heirloom, which is a card that I keep referring to because I like having, like, it's a card that has made it out of my commons only decks into some of my regular commander decks because I want to be able to tap and produce one of like 3, 4, 5 colors of mana. And I realized I still need graveyard removal. And Honored Heirloom covers that. But most artifacts that people play with that can eat that can eat graveyards, they generally catch them in at some point. Your Nile spell bombs and your Tormod's Crypt and Tormod's Crypt Keeper and Relic of Progenitus and Ghost Vacuum and stuff of that nature. They all get sacrificed. Sacrificed, exiled, whatever. To do a particular part of their job. Either eating the graveyard completely, or you've eaten a bit at a time and now you sacrifice it for some other effect. This is graveyard removal that sticks around turn after turn after turn. And because it's also a mana rock, you're not going to be sacrificing it afterward. Like, okay, you can try and compare this to Lion Sash, but then, you blow up the creature the Lion Sash is on, and now it becomes a creature itself, and now you can blow it up as a creature. So, sure, it takes 2 removal spells, but you can do it. Mono Black deck does not have an easy way of dealing with a card like Honored Heirloom. Because otherwise, you just, you wait for time. Yeah, you need an effect like Pithing Needle. Or something like that. Or one of the handful of cards that Black gets once in a blue moon to actually allow you to deal with artifacts. Your Phyrexian Tribute, for example. Oh my god, you're from Mirage. Why do I keep thinking this is from Urza Block? Wow. And you're cheap. Oh my god. I have to look to see if we have any. Phyrexian Tribute. Oh my dog, we have a playset. They're $4 a pop. 4.16. 8's $1, so 2, 10, 16, $18. I just might be bad and buy them all. Boop. You. Where are we? There we go. Sorry, had to make a note of it somewhere I could find access to it easily. I did not realize it was that cheap. I thought it was going to be more than that. It's like 4 Canadian. Let's see here. 255. Error. XE.com. You. 255. 351. Alright, what was it? 388, I think it said? 281. Oh my dog, you are one of those annoying things, aren't you? Okay, so a little more. Don't know who that is, but that's an adorable emote. Anyway, but yeah, that's a card I need to pin down. Anyway, yeah, Crypt Feaster, like I said, even its failed condition is still pretty decent. You know, 3/4 menace zombie, add your zombie synergies and go from there. Tragic Banshee, 5 mana for 5/3. Oh, you're an uncommon. Damn. When it enters, target creature and opponent controls gets -1/-1 till end of turn. If a creature died this turn, it gets -13/-13 till end of turn instead. Tragic Slip, I think is the card I'm thinking of. Tragic Slip. Yeah, -1/-1, -13. Yeah, which is why it's a Tragic Banshee. There we are. Yeah, same art, same flavor text. Okay. She attended her own burial service, eager for the company. Yeah. When this enters, I wonder. I think you can sacrifice this to get to in response. So it comes into play. It's entered the battlefield ability. Go, wants to go on the stack. You have to choose a target. You go, Pikachu. I choose you. Before it resolves, sacrifice the Banshee to something else. Ability resolves. Something has now died. So does it get -13/-13? Yep. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Because it also doesn't say if another creature died this turn. I'm fairly certain the answer is yes. Billowing Shriek Mass. When the centers, mill 3. Yeah, I'm just. I mean, it's an okay card in and of itself. I mean, if you don't have to do that, you have a 5/3 for 5, which is still okay. I'm just seeing, is there extra flexibility there? Yes, in general, you'd probably rather have Ravenous Chupacabra. Yeah, well, it's Tragic Slip attached to a 5/3 body. So, okay, cool. It does work that way. So, you have the ability to have it come and play as a 5/3. So, a 5/3 with Tragic Slip as a morbid trigger. Well, actually, Tragic Slip already did have morbid. So 5/3 ETB Tragic Slip. In a pinch, you can sacrifice itself to get the morbid to trigger now. It still works. It's still an option. But 5 mana for 5/3 with Tragic Slip as an ETB, I think it's still fine. You're basically looking at, you're looking at a sufficiently bigger enough Ravenous Chupacabra with a different ETB. A different but related ETB. It's still fine. Billowing Shriek Mass, again, one of those cards where you want to have Threshold. But that's wasting resources or spending more mana unless you have a free sack outlet. Yeah, I'm generally assuming you've got a free sack outlet, something like Viscera Seer. Not only that, there's also ways of making that work for you in the first place. There's always options. There's always options. What kind of magic? It's in about 3 months it's going to hit 33. Oh, Threshold was hilarious. Threshold would make meh creatures and make them really good, and would take some decent creatures and make them powerful. When we first hit Threshold, I want to say it was Odyssey block. Yeah, it was kind of scary because you get cards like, like I said before, you get cards like Werebear, which is like, here's a 2 mana 1/1 that taps for green. Or normal spells and powerful spells like Cabal Ritual. Yeah, exactly. I think the assumption commonly was something in the range of however much you would normally get for it, you get like half again or something like that. Because if you look at Cabal Ritual, it probably should be getting, like, it would have been scaled based on Dark Ritual. Although Dark Ritual would have been considered a bit on the strong side. But Poetic Ritual and what's the other one called? I forget what it's called. Have proven that 2 mana for 3, paying 2 to get 3 mana is fine. And that's probably about what they figured by that point. And a lot of the time, it's going to be a coin like you have to make your deck work for being able to fill it up fast enough. And so a lot of the time it's going to be its base value, and a lot of the and some of the time, probably about half. Yeah. But calling the weak, you also have to sack a creature, which is where the compensation is there. But Dark Ritual, I think, was decided to be just enough too strong. Kind of like Lightning Bolt. They don't like giving us Lightning Bolt back in modern day unless it's um unless you're having to go through extra steps to get there. Dark Ritual feels the same cost thing. So they were giving us some. Actually, at that point, they were giving us. Yeah, but it's 2 mana, not one. Plus, it also only hits creatures or artifacts, but that's another story. Realistically, you're comparing to like Lightning Strike or Searing Spear. Back in the day when we were playing with Cabal Ritual, we had Volcanic Hammer, which was 2 mana, sorcery speed, and it was still good enough that we played it. Anyway, 2 mana felt like probably about what they wanted, so adding half again, 4.5, 5 mana. Okay, so they gave us 5 mana. If you look at Werebear, it's a 1/1, and you figure probably a third of the time, like 2/3 of the time, it's going to be a 1/1, and then 1/3 of the time it's going to be something bigger. We got to make it big enough to compensate. So let's say on average it's got to work out to a 2/2. 3, 6, so that's 6, 6. So 1 and 2, so that makes 4. So it's got to work out to a 4/4. So 2 mana for 1/1 that taps for green. And as soon as you got Threshold, it gets +3/+3. This feels like how they figure out the approximate math. Is they figure a third of the time you're going to get the big version. At least at that point. The math might still hold. I don't know. We could try to figure it out. Meh. Thing is, Billowing Shriek Mass, when it enters, you mill 3. So that's already 3 cards towards needing 7. One more self-mill card and something dying will probably get you to Threshold. Some card that mills you for 2 when it enters, or just playing, what's the millstone that's in standard right now? Mill half. What are you? You have exhaust. Oh, mills. River Churn Monument. No. Oh, yeah. I guess it is a frog. Yeah, this thing. Because you target yourself with it as well. You do that once. No, it's any number of players in both cases. It's you usually only hit the opponent, but in certain cases you actually want to hit more than one. River Churn Monument. So this River Churn Monument once blow something up and one of your creatures dies, and now you got Threshold. You can do it simpler than that. That's just the first thing that came to mind that would actually be vaguely playable. And you could probably do this just mono black too. There's actually, isn't there a 2/2 flyer that comes into play in your mill too? For like 3 mana? I think so. And then this comes online and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna need to figure out a self-mill deck. And then, because you're milling, why not make use of the milling? Hey, by the way, I'm playing mono black. I've got a bunch of reanimation cards. So yeah, and then this is already going to be a 4/4 flyer. So yeah, I can see a self-mill strategy working there and having a random bonus of, hey, by the way, I'm a 4/4 flyer now. Vampire Soul Caller. 3/2 flyer can't block, which would be about 3, maybe 4 mana. When it enters, raise dead. I may consider this for one of my common reanimator decks. So can't block. Yeah, I know. I probably won't, but it's if you're looking for some kind of like at commons, if you're looking for a reanimator style deck, you might be interested in playing it. If I'm going beyond commons, I'm probably not playing it, even if I'm playing like vampires. If I'm playing warlocks, yeah, but it's 5 for a 3/2 with a 3/2 flyer with a relevant creature type. Um, and a free raise and a raised dead. You are paying some for the raised dead as well. I think I might want this in an aristocrat stack. I don't know. But yeah, if you're going beyond, if you're going above commons, there's better. Don't bother. Inferno Vessel. So, speaking of aristocrats, this is a 3 mana 2/1. When it dies, if it was not a demon, return to the battlefield under its owner's control with 2/1 counters on it. It's a demon in addition to its other types. Oh yeah, oh believe me, Where are you? I think you're Rakdos? Uh... I did not go with Exhume because I didn't want my opponent getting stuff back. But this is what I went for reanimating in this deck. And then, and then options for raise dead. And it's also fun when you've got stuff that you can. And the way I went about this particular deck is the stuff I'm reanimating usually brings along extra bodies. Or I get big stuff like this that can also blow stuff up. And then making use of the fact that I'm having extra bodies enter, etc., etc. It's not a great build, but I'm expecting shenanigans. I'm not expecting to win. Scourge familiar? Scourge familiar. Yes, Vintage Masters, technically. Which means it is legal for. I'm expecting shenanigans. I'm not expecting to win. Oh my god. Uh, I guess I should have expected that at some point. But yeah, it is now legal for. It is now pauper legal because it's on Magic Online, available as a common. You get this out, and you can draw a bunch of cards, pitch your hand. Womp womp. But yeah, it's a demon in addition to its other types. You cannot remove its demoness. You cannot normally remove its demoness. You would need something like excuse you. Unable to scream. And it's a toy artifact creature. Yeah, exactly. It's actually a card I played in Arena. I could see that. Yeah. If if you can find a way to bring it back again, like finding ways to continuously recur it would be hilarious. Oh, I mean, you could just reanimate it the normal way. It's also a 3 mana 2/1, so bring it back in black or white is actually pretty easy for like really low cost, like 1 or 2. Wow. Yeah, so that's an option. Soul Shackled Zombie. 4 mana 4/2 zombie. Tell me if you've heard that one before. The first card I remember that was. The first card that was along that line that I remember. Oh, good lord. What were you? Date less than ice. ID equal black. Oh, Merc Dwellers? I think that's what you're called, Merc Dwellers? Yeah. When it attacks and isn't blocked, it gets +2/+0 till end of combat. This is the first time that I remember us ever having something that was trying to be a 4/2 for 4 mana. Drew Tucker had some very interesting art. I am not going to say good. I am not going to say bad. Art is subjective. But it was very, very different than everything, than pretty much anything else that any other artist at that time was doing. Release date. Amusingly, he's done stuff in Lorwyn Eclipsed. Like, this is a very different art style than what he had been doing. Well, I don't know if I should say very different, but sufficiently different. Compare this to, like, his incredibly old stuff. Like, compare that to this. It is very different. Was Dan Dan one of his? Actually, I think it was. Yeah, Dan Dan. Which birthed an entire format. hilariously. Like, this is all very, you know, you start getting something. I think by the time you hit, I would say by the time you got to Tempest-ish, you start getting cards that were more similar. Oh yeah. Oh, he's done a lot of interesting cards. This is an insane version of Glimpsy Unthinkable. Dovin's Veto was, this version of Dovin's Veto, really cool. The thing, now I wonder, oh no, 88 cards? Oh, you might. He had a forest. You know what? Sort by color. Descending. Okay. See ya, Yargo. Okay, for lands, you have forest, and everything else you'd have to use Forbidden Orchard. Realistically, you'd be playing forest and a decent amount of red, and then it'd be interesting to see what you could build. It would be hard, but you could build a Drew Tucker deck. Oh yeah. But fast forward a few years, and we eventually got to a 4/2 creature with for 4 mana. Fast forward probably 15, 20 years later, Foundations gives us this. Still only a 4/2 for 4 mana. With a relevant creature type. In this case, tis a zombie. I blame the cranberries. When it enters exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard, if at least one creature card was exiled this way, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Where I would want to put this is mono black burn in, like, for commander. Artists have to divide work on MTG. This guy got the white sideboard. Or are you talking about Drew Tucker? Yeah, Diana Franco doesn't have enough cards to make a deck based on her stuff yet. Drew Tucker? Yeah. But no, if I'm building mono black burn for commander, I want a card like this. A, it's graveyard removal. B, I can recur it, which is not difficult considering I'm playing mono black. If in a pinch I have to do recursion in mono black, okay, I'll have it die one way, shape, or form or another. And then I'll reanimate it somehow. And I'll be able to have everyone lose 4 life or 6 life and gain that much life. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. The fact that it's a 4/2 zombie, okay, that's nice. It's got zombie synergies, this, that, whatever else. You know where I want this? Mono black burn, because I want to be able to. The ideal thing is, because what I'm seeing is each opponent loses 2 life. and you gain 2 life. Well, the you gain 2 life is a bonus. Being able to burninate the entire table at the same time is always good. If you're building a burn deck in red or black or any other color or color combination, for Commander, you want to be able to burninate the entire table at the same time. Seeker's Folly. Again, I generally do not... Okay, good night, also. I generally do not approve of discard as a strategy in Commander. While searching the foreboding woods for his favorite helmet, Sir Verlar lost his second favorite helmet. I generally do not like discard as a strategy in Commander. This is one I might say is okay because it gives you an additional option in lieu of just discard. So it's a mind rot with a second option available. It's fine. The creatures your opponents control gain -1 till end of turn is... This is hilarious if you can pull this off, like, after combat. I attack with all these. Okay, stuff dies. Oh, what's still alive? That, and that? Yeah, barely. Cool, kill them all. And, by the way, kill these guys off, too. Wait, what? And, of course, the usual shenanigans apply if you're able to cast it with Flash somehow. Hungry Ghoul. I need to pick up a copy of this. Because if I go to my Mono Black Aristocrat stack, boop, noodle. This is a 2 mana 2/2. I can pay 1 and sack another creature to put a +1 counter on this. Sack to me. Strictly better than, well, almost strictly better than Phyrexian Broodlings. It's a full black mana less, but you have to sacrifice another creature. Nothing there. Yeah, I think I largely... sacked because of me. I think I largely dodged the ones that said sack another creature. I think I was able to dodge that, but I might make an exception. I may make an exception for Hungry Ghoul because it's just so efficient. Yeah. I think I'm going to do that. Actually, Control-Shift-T. How much mana have I got? I've got Ashnod's Altar. 6 ramp, otherwise. 5, 11, 16, 38. Right? 22, 32, 30. Yeah, 38 land. Okay. Yeah, I can probably cut a land for a 2-drop. Again, Not something that you should do often. Something you should generally try to avoid is, oh, just cut land and I'll put some, and it'll be fine. If you are going to do it, make sure you know what you're doing. I think my curve is generally low enough that I can get away with it. Display, sort by, mana value, low to high. My sack outlets, as such, don't cost more than 3. My cannon fodder is, I have a lot that goes up to 3 mana. It does go as high as 6. Sack because of me, a good chunk of it, more than half of it is 3 or less. My removal is 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, not bad. Oh yeah, the graph rats and the midnight scavengers, those got cut for other things. I don't remember what for. My ramp is 2, 3, and 4. So I think I'm okay to cut a land from this deck for this. But I do not recommend that in general. Because you have to take a look at, like, if you are running, say, 38 lands and 6 ramp like I commonly do, and your curve regularly goes to 5, 6, 7, 8 mana, I might cut other stuff and throw a couple extra lanes in instead. You want to be able to hit those, unless you've got a bunch of your ramp can actually jump you pretty well. Like if you've got a couple of cards like Worn Power Stone, Soul Ring, Thran. I want to say it's Thran Foundry. I don't think that's the right one. No, not Thran Foundry. Thran Dynamo. Thran Dynamo is the one I'm thinking of. Palladium Mirror. You know, you've got like 4 of those to jump you pretty quickly from, you know, I've got a few, and then you've got cards like, then you've got lands that regularly tap for more than 1 mana. You've got your Ancient Tomb variant, you know, your Ancient Tomb and your and other soul lands, where you've got enough Karoo lands and stuff of that nature. Then you can probably get away with cutting land. But if you're not running a healthy amount of ramp to compensate for the fact that you're heading up to like 7, 8, 9 mana fairly easily, then yeah, no. I would actually add more lands. But yeah, Hungry Ghoul, I think I'm actually willing to cut a land for Hungry Ghoul. But again, something you really got to be careful about. Gutless Plunderer, 3 mana for 2/2 Death Touch. When it enters, if you attack this turn, look at the top 3 of your library. You may put 1 back on top and the rest in your graveyard. When it enters, if raid, mill 2 of the top 3. Is essentially how to mentally shortcut it. On a 2/2 Death Touch. Again, depending on the kind of deck that you're doing, this is a card that in my Ramirez the Pietro deck, I might actually run because I do want to be able to get some of my bodies back. And so this is a card that could make sense in that deck. You're looking at a self-mill strategy. Again, Gutless Plunderer combined with, where was it here? Billowing Shriek Mass. That's already 5 cards in your graveyard. Some kind of fetch land, even Evolving Wilds, and one of your creatures dying. Maybe it was the Gutless Plunderer. And now your Billowing Shriek Mass is already a 7/7, or sorry, it's already a 4/4 because now there's 7 cards in your graveyard. Does not take much to turn turn it on. Yeah, if you're playing self mill, this is still worth playing, and a 2/2 death touch on top of all that. People will be like, don't know if I want to block that, which means it's going to get through quite often because people don't want to block it with like a 5/5. Their 1/1s, unless they're tokens, their 1/1s are going to have functionality like, generating mana or just, sack ketlets or whatever. They don't often play with 2/2s. And anything bigger than that, it's like, you know what? I'll take 2, I'll just swing her for 3. Because they don't want to lose like a 5/5 to a 2/2. So it's going to get through more often than it should. Stab. Target creature gets -2/2 till end of turn. Helgen's final mistake was assuming an intruder would come through the door and not up the sheer, smooth 6-story wall. 3, so about 18 meters. 18 meters, 60 feet, give or take. Yeah, no, but why would you go that way? Because you won't see me coming that way. Stab. I think for I was saying constructed, that's not the right term I want. I think for smaller environments like Standard and possibly even Brawl, this is fine. If you're looking for something along the lines of shock for hitting creatures, I think this is fine. But in Commander, if you really want this effect, look at Ulcerate at event 15, which also incidentally made into Foundation's Jumpstart. Same cost, -3/-3 instead of -2/-2. You lose 3 life. It's a 40 life format. 3 life here, 2 life there, but you're playing black. The ability to get it back is not that difficult. See, for example, the Soul Shackled Zombie. If you're going to be playing run Ulcerate. Stab, leave Stab behind for Standard. Hi, Stab. It's not mine, Stab. I can't approve of it. Sorry. Arbiter of Woe. 6 mana for 5/4. Additional cost, sack a creature. Again, one of these cards where I want people to, you're playing a mono black burn deck, play this. Sacking the creature hopefully, either when it came into play, drained people, or drains people when it dies. Ideally, you want that. Optimally, you want to be, when it enters or dies, No. Sort by color. Oh, I don't see anything I want to use. What about enters or leaves? Nope. I'm sad. But yeah, Arbiter of Woe. Additional cost, second creature. For 6 mana and second creature, you get a 5/4 flyer. When it enters, each opponent discards a card, meh, and loses 2 life. That's the more interesting part. You draw a card, also interesting, and gain 2 life. So again, something that's going to like zot, 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 and you've got a 5/4 flyer. And maybe it was something that did something useful when it entered anyway. You know, if you've got a, you know, your Ravenous Chupacabras and whatever else. Or it's something that you can get back with, oh, what was that? Raging Oni Slave. 2 mana for a 3/3. When it enters, you lose 3 life if you don't control a demon. When it leaves, you lose 3 life if you don't control a demon. Oh, you would want that in play. Damn. You'd already want it in play by then. Oh well. But yeah, Arbiter of Woe. Okay. You're playing some kind of mono black burn deck. It's going to keep burning. And now we have also got a 5-power flyer on the board, which is going to smack for a lot. Vampire Gourmand. 2 mana for a 2/2 vampire. He asked me if I wanted to come in for a bite to eat. Who am I to turn down a stranger's kindness? When it attacks, you may sack another creature. If you do, draw a card, and this creature can't be blocked this turn. Again, this, you know, you want this for, like, first of all, if you're playing Edgar Markov, this is a good vampire. You're generating a bunch of vampire tokens anyway. Play this as one of your many 2-drops you're going to want. And it attacks. You sack one of the tokens you just generated. You draw a card. It's getting through for 2 damage. Do this every turn and just... How does your opponent bypass this? They have to kill it at some point in another way. They're not going to kill in combat. They're going to have to board wipe. You're playing Edgar. You can survive a board wipe. Red. He's got red and knows how to use... Holy cow. 11:15. Gorehorn Raider. Minotaur Pirate, unsurprisingly. 5 mana for 4/4. When it enters, if you attack this turn, 2 damage to any target. Anyone fast enough to dodge her horns and parry her cutlass just gets kicked overboard. Yeah, sounds about right. Oh, man. That's funny. And again, mono red burn, I'd probably consider this. Minotaurs, I'd probably play it. Pirates with red in it, I'd probably like an Admiral Beckett Bass or some Beckett Brass. I'd probably consider throwing it in. I think this card is a lot better than it looks. Strongbox Raider, 4 mana for 5/2 Orc Pirate. When it enters, if you attack this turn, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Choose one. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. Ha! the interesting thing about effects like this, if your library is empty, you exile the top 2 cards, but your library is empty. You don't lose the game for drawing from an empty library because you're not drawing, you're exiling. My mono blue commons deck can lose from drawing from an empty library. This is not drawing. It's also a fairly, I wouldn't go too hard into calling this an aggressive creature, but it is 4 mana for a 5 power creature. A 5/2 is actually pretty decent in red for 4 mana. And the ability to quote unquote draw an extra card. What people like to refer to as impulse draw. Based on this card. 3 mana, exile the top 3. Till end of turn, you may play those cards. Yeah. She's dangerous. Anywho. But yeah. Impulse draw based on that card. Yeah, if you... one of the many cards to allow you to impulse draw. You have options. I might actually put this into my Boros aggro deck because it is 5 power. No. Maybe not. Because my ideal card for Boros aggro is 1 of power with the exception of 2 drops. And I'll explain that in a moment. 1 of power or toughness have to be greater than its mana value, and the other has to be at least equal. In other words, if I have a 4 mana creature, it has to be bigger one way or another than a 4/4. It could be a 5/4 or a 4/5. Just being a 4/4 isn't enough. One of those two numbers has to be bigger. The other is allowed to be equal. So 4 mana 6/6, for example, which happens. This does not fit that. This card does not fit that. So I'm torn because I'd like to be able to play it, but that's not an option. Not for the way that deck is built. I don't think I have a home for it, but I can brain around where it can go. Battlesong Berserker, 4 mana for a 3/4. Whenever you attack target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains mana till end of turn. Fail condition. It's a 3/4 that attacks as a 4/4 menace. Again, look at this card and Ishin, and it'll trigger twice. And now you can split it up between, well, this is going to get +1/+0, and this is going to get +1/+0. And they both get menace. And you get to be a menace that way. Although, if you're looking to give your stuff menace, play Goblin War Drums. Oh my god, I was so glad when they finally keyworded that ability. I would love to have this text on like the OG art. I don't know what my favorite version of Goblin War Drums is, but they're all really cool. What they use for 5th edition? They use that one. And then 7th edition, nah. I like one of the. I think I might actually prefer this one. Let's do the art more for the flavor text. When creating a war drum, goblin designers sought out the highest quality skulls. Surrey Angel skulls were most highly prized, although most acknowledged that the skull of the exotic sea serpent made for a richer tone. I think that might be my favorite goblin war drums. But anyway, I digress. Yeah. If you're looking for menace, there's better ways to get it. This is okay. This you do if you want attack triggers. But I don't think you get enough out of this to. I don't think you get enough. Maybe if you're playing Berserkers, which means you're probably playing Lovisa as your general. But yeah, I don't think so. Slumbering Kerberos. Yes, deal with it. I took I took Latin and I learned bits and pieces of ancient Greek. I see the C at the beginning. I assume I assume it's pronounced K. It's yeah. Um 2 mana for 4/2 doesn't untap normally. At the beginning of each end step, if a creature died this turn, untap this creature. One creature has to die. Play a if you're playing if you're playing a mono red aristocrats, this kind of gives you a payoff. You're getting a 4/2 for 2 mana. And if you just simply sack a creature on each player's turn, you can have this tap for, I don't know, throw a Viridian Longbow on it, let's say. And it's like, sack. You know, ping, sack, ping, sack, ping, sack, ping, sack. And there's enough stuff that you can randomly sack to various effects. Goblin Bombardment is a favorite for many people. You could probably build a pretty affordable mono red aristocrat stack with cards like Goblin. But how much is Goblin Bombardment? Uh. Okay, that's kind of funny. But for like 10 cents more, you get that. View all prints. Whoops, as a checklist, sort by USD ascending. Okay. Maybe. U checklist. USD ascending. Skurzdag cultist. Nope. Scorched Rusalka for 6 cents. This version of Blood Rates for 7 cents. $0.09. Okay. What about for creatures? Thermopod. Thermopod is 43 cents. Dark Dweller Oracle is 17 cents. Okay. So there's... I think you might be able to build it affordably. And when I say affordably, I mean like an actual playable deck for like under 20 bucks. But yeah, Slumbering Kerberos. I mean, I would put that in and then just go like pink and pink and pink and pink. Yeah. And any, like, honestly, any sort of aggro deck. Because the other thing you gotta remember is if you're playing some sort of aggro deck, you know, you're playing any sort of aggro deck, stuff is going to die. Because your creatures are going to be, ideally, your creatures are going to be bigger than your opponents. Sower of Chaos. 4 mana for 4/3 Devil. 3 mana, target creature can't block this turn. If you can get this through for, like, you get this out, your creature, like, oh, target creature can't block. Right, this is red. Red says target creature can't block. Blue says target creature can't be blocked. Less interested in this. Although if you are playing Devil Tribal, it's probably worth playing. Dragon Trainer. 5 mana for 1/1. I think this is, again, this is one of those things. When this enters, create a 4/4 red dragon creature token with flying. I was hardly a month old when he hatched. We grew up together, even shared a crib. That's adorable. You're his he's your dragon and you're his human. Anyway, yeah. I want this in, you know, I want this to either flicker or reanimate or somehow just keep looping it and keep making 4/4 dragons. I want to know how to flicker in mono red. You know what? The worst case scenario is you play a card like Conjurer's Closet. At the beginning of your end step, you may exile target creature control, then return that card to the battlefield under your control. Incidentally, you return the card under your control, not owner's control. So if you steal a creature, you get it back. But yeah, Dragon Trainer would put that in and just go and loop. Play the Closet. Play the Trainer. Num. 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 Make a flood of 4/4 dragons. Doo-da. Creature's Goblin. When it attacks while you control creature power 4 or greater, this gets +1/+0 and gains mass till end of turn. Incidentally, same set, it's got Slumbering Kerberos. And that's a 2 mana 4/2, regardless of whatever else it has. Oh, by the way, since Creature's Goblin came up, this is a 4 power creature for 2 mana. Anyone who happens to remember what I said last week about creatures power 4 or greater? That looks like a playable card in that deck. You've got a deck that cares about creatures power 4 or greater? How would you like to be able to have stuff like that trigger for 2 mana? Creature's Goblin, this gives you another... I mean, calling it a payoff might be a bit strong, but it does attack as a 3/2 menace. Oh, also, if you're playing goblins, you have 2 lords out. And for the purposes of this discussion, a lord is any creature that gives creatures of a given type, in this case goblin, at least +1 power, usually +1/+1, and often some kind of other ability on top of that. So let's say you've got Goblin King and Goblin Trash Master. Okay. Other goblins you control, but so in both cases, your goblins are giving +1/+1. Goblin King is a 3-drop. The Trash Master is a 4-drop. So 2, 3, 4. Suddenly, you control creature power 4 or greater because the other two give Courageous Goblin +1/+1. So it's getting +2/+2. So now it's a 4/4. So now you declare it as an attacker and it's attacking as a 5/4 menace. You can have other 4-power creatures in play. And in fact, if you have both of those in play, the Trash Master is going to be a 4/4 because Goblin King sees Goblin Trash Master and says, hey, by the way, you get +1/+1 as well. But that's not necessarily true across the board. But, yeah, you're playing goblins. This will commonly be attacking as a, as a 3/2 menace plus whatever other pumps it's getting. Probably commonly attacking for 5 or 6. Goblin Borders. 3 mana for a 3/2. Enters with a +1 counter if you attack this turn. Cool. Turn 2, you play Courageous Goblin. I attack for 2. Okay. Shrug. Thank you. Turn 3, Goblin Borders. I have a 4/3. What? I have a 3 mana 4/3 Goblin now. All this requires is you to have attacked. Doesn't require you if you got 3 for damage. Did you attack? I attack with a 1/1 token. Okay. I attack with a 0/1, I attack with a 0/1, kobold token. Okay. Cool, I attacked. You have anything that can make use of the fact that you attacked? You're playing any sort of aggro deck, you're playing goblins, you're playing... Again, you don't have to attack and get through for damage. Are you playing red? Do you think it's likely you're going to attack at all? Assume this is going to be a 4/3. It's fun. It's even better is if you have any sort of counter synergies. Don't need them. Just assume this is going to be a 4/3 for 3. Incinerating Blast. Again, do not like dealing damage. Most pyromancers could never summon the sheer heat necessary to melt solid rock, but most pyromancers aren't Chandra Nalar. Yeah, no. Again, I don't generally, as I said before, and I'll say it again, I do not generally like using damage as here's removal against a creature, because what if your opponent's playing with, a 7/7? This isn't going to kill it. 7/7, 8/8, 9/9, whatever. Okay, that's nice. This does have one saving grace. It allows you to pitch cards to draw cards. And that's not something you can take for granted, especially when you're in red. This is probably where I would be, okay, yeah, I could run that. But again, Aftershock, Lava Flow, Fissure. Introduction to Annihilation. 4 cards, all at common. Maybe spend $2 on the set of them. It shouldn't be more than about $2 for all 4. Run them and be happy because you do not care how big your opponent's creatures are. Hey, I got a 12/12, this, that, whatever. Okay, kill it. Okay, how much are you doing to it? I'm not. Kill it. But you're playing red. Yes, kill it. Destroy target creature. See? Wait, what? But Incinerating Blast may get a pass because A, it does a lot of damage, and B, slightly more relevantly, it allows you to get rid of a card to actually uh to draw an extra card. Crackling Cyclops. Whenever you cast whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this gets +3/+0 till end of turn. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, yeah, this is almost Nivik Cyclops minus a point of power, but also minus defender. This should at least be getting looked at for Pauper. If you're playing any sort of deck that feels like Storm combo, you're going to want this in. Heaven forbid you've got any sort of fling ability in there while you're at it. Kellen, Planar Trailblazer. Red for 2 mana, 1 red for a 2/1. Oh, it's one of these kinds. Yeah, I want one of these for my... Well, no, I don't want one of these. I would have wanted it. I was thinking my mono red, my Boros aggro deck, but I don't run 1-drops in that deck. Because, in my opinion, like, the problem with 1 mana creatures in general is you're normally looking at, like, a 2/1 or 2/2 at best, in general, as your baseline. And those get outclassed really fast. And so I started off with 2 mana, because at 2 mana you can get a 3/2, a 2/3, you know, a 4/4 in some cases. You know, you can get some actually reasonable sized creatures for just like 1 extra mana that will just turn on. I play Ragavan. Okay. I let you hit me once. On turn 2, I play a 2/3. I play Armored Warhorse. I can't attack you now. No, you can't. And literally, that's all it takes. You play a you pay a 2 mana creature, and your opponent is stonewalled and is not attacking you anymore. Meanwhile, next turn you play a 3 mana creature and attack with your 2, and they're not going to block with Ragavan because Ragavan is this, that, and that. Okay, that's nice. I don't care. I'm getting through for damage, and you don't want to block it? Okay. But yeah, if you're not doing that, and you're willing to play 1-drops, if he's a scout, which his regular creature type is, he loses scout and gains detective, and whenever he deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. If he's a detective, so that's at 1, so 1 to cast, 2 to turn him into a detective, 3 to turn from a detective into a 3/2 rogue with double strike. You can turn him into a detective really easy. There's lots of different ways. The 3 that come to mind the fastest are Masquerade Nexus. Yes, I know I keep bringing that up, but Masquerade Nexus, Rune Stalactite, and Stalactite Dagger. The first one turns everything into changelings, basically. It says everything have all creature types. And the other 2 say a quick creature has all creature types and gets +1/+1 and whatever else. And they equip really cheap. all three of them are like 3 mana or less. I think the Rune Stalactite is like 1 to cast and 1 to equip. So, turn 1 Kellen, turn 2 Rune Stalactite, equip. Turn 3, pay 3 mana, attack for 6. Oh no, attack for 8, because it was Rune Stalactite, it gave +1/+1. Yeah. You can bypass the second ability very easily. Anywho, Fiery Annihilation. 3 mana instant, 5 damage to target creature. Exile up to 1 target equipment attached to that creature. Ha! Fireproof for your money back. Journald's arms and armor. Out of business. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. So, you deal 5 damage to a creature, and if that creature would die this turn, you exile it. Which is okay. Exile up to 1 target equipment attached to that creature. Great way of dealing with indestructible equipment. Again, do not generally recommend do not generally recommend damage-based removal. This one I would accept because certain equipment, like is it Mithril Coat? Yeah, Mithril Coat makes a quick creature indestructible and is indestructible. So what you do is you do 5 damage to the creature. It's going to have the damage marked on it even if it's indestructible. You then exile the Mithril Coat. Then the creature, you take a look at the creature and let's say it was a 4/4. It's now a 4/4 that is no longer indestructible, that has taken 5 damage. It would get it would die because of, lethal damage destroys the creature according to the rules. Fire Annihilation goes, hey, by the way, I exile instead. You want this in a lot of decks to deal with equipment that makes a quick creature indestructible. And Tomer from MTG Goldfish, I'm pretty sure hates this card. Because this shuts down Cauldra. Oh, remember what I was saying about Lords for Goblins? Dropkick Bomber. 3 mana for 2/3. Other goblins you control get +1/+1, so there's a start. Pay red to give pay red to give target creature flying to target goblin flying to land a turn. And when that creature deals combat damage, sacrifice it. Doesn't say to a player, doesn't say to a creature, doesn't say to planeswalker, just says, hey, combat damage, dies. Except it's not dying, it gets sacrificed. Yeah. Enjoy. Ideally, what you want is stuff that you can throw that has some kind of bonus when it dies. Like, oh look, you died, and now you turn into like 4 more goblins. Or something of that nature. Chandra Flame Shaper. 7 mana, 6 loyalty, reasonable start. For +2, add triple red. Exile top 3 cards of your library. Choose one. You may play that card this turn. So you're getting one of the top 3 cards, but you get 3 red towards being able to cast it. The other 2 stay exiled. +1. Create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, except that it has haste end. At the beginning of the next end step, sacrifice this token. Oh no. Oh no. If you have any sort of flicker card, what, just for curiosity, next 10 step, okay. Flicker Wisp doesn't do it. There we go. Uh, damn it. Well, I guess it's a good thing that it's really hard to pull off an infinite combo with that. I know, what am I looking for? This wants to be broken in like the Splinter Twin manner. You need a card with an enter the battlefield ability that allows you to exile Chandra. Sort by color. When it enters, you may exile until it leaves the battlefield. No. Exile Dragon non-land permanent. Okay. I don't think I see... Yeah, because what you really want is Felidar Guardian. You'd have for because the thing is for restoration. Uh, oh, permanent. You may exo target. Yeah, because Sentinel of the Pearl Trident would do it like every turn. Yeah. Okay. No easy 2-card way to pull it off apart from Felidar Garden. And in that case, this would just end up being a second Saheeli, whatever her name is. +1, make a token of creature, give it haste, sack at the end of turn. -4, 8 damage divided to choose among any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers. She can burn an 8 planeswalkers, which is hilarious. She comes out of play with 6 military. Her minus is only -4. And it's 8 damage. She can 7, 9. She can almost take out Yugen the Spirit Dragon or Yugen Eye of Storms on her own. Because it's 8 damage. These would deal 9. This Yugen, she just nukes. I think I have an interest in her, but I don't know where. Goblin surprise! Surprise! Hey, your door's broken! There's a couple of decks that I can see this going into. One would be, again, if I were to take my mono white commons deck and port it over into red, this should go in. One, because I can spend 1 card and get 2 goblins out of it at instant speed. Or 2, because it gives my creatures +2/+0 to land a turn. Which suddenly means, hey, by the way, thunk! Instead of swing for, 7, I'm going to swing for at least 21. The other, I have a friend who recently put together a deck that is heavily based on mana rocks. Heavily based on mana rocks. I think it might have something like 40. And is it Obeka? No, not Obeka. Nope. Boop. Where are you? Scryfall entries. Is commander ID equal gold? Name :/O. Whoops. Well, those ones were, I think if I... Was it Oscar? I don't think so. Ovika. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create X 1/1. So this was heavily based around mana rocks. Step 1. Playing mana rocks to get it out quickly. So being able to cast this on, let's say, turn 4. Not completely unreasonable. Get this out on turn 4. Then when you've got it out, now if it's a manalith of some description, well, your manaliths generally cost 3 to cast. Manalith is the generic shorthand for a 3 mana artifact that taps for any color. Usually does more than that, but manalith is, well, just what it says on the tin. Very plain, very simple, very meh. But, yeah, Honored Heirloom is a manalith that can also eat graveyards. So once you've got enough of those, well, now you start making, now every time you cast a manalith, you're getting 3 1/1 goblins. Or potentially more, where X is mana value of that spell. So if you cast what was it? Thran Dynamo. You're going to get 4 goblins, and you've also got an artifact that you can tap for 3 mana. Etc., etc., etc. And they gain haste. Well, you have that, and then all you need is, well, now I've got a way to generate a lot of goblins. You then combine it with an effect like this to go, hey, by the way, and your goblins gain haste, and it's a cast trigger, which means that resolves before the spell you're actually casting does. Goblin, surprise! Hilariously, if you've got this when you cast Ovika, like if you cast Ovika and then you cast this, if you choose this option, you end up getting 5 goblins for 3 mana. I will be right back. BRB AFK. Nope. Alright. I has the returned. Let's see how quickly I can get through this. 1, 2. Oh, I've gone too far. 1, 2, 3. Well, I might as well go through Goblin Negotiation real quick. Oh yeah, this thing's funny. 2 red plus X. Sorcery. X damage to target creature. Create a number of 1/1 red goblin creature tokens equal to the amount of excess damage dealt to that creature this way. So, this is a removal spell I'm willing to... this is a damage removal spell I'm okay with. Surprisingly, there's actually a couple in this set that I'm okay with. Because it does more than just Burninate. You hit a... And you can target your own stuff too. For reasons. So, for example, if you hit, I don't know, let's say Brash Taunter. Whenever it's dealt damage, deals that much damage to target opponent. Well, you cast Brash Taunter, so that's 5 mana that you spent. So you spend 5 mana on this. We'll say 6 mana on this, so X equals 4. You're only going to deal 1 damage to the Brash Taunter. So you send... Well, you're going to deal 4 damage, but you're over by 3. So you send 4 elsewhere, and then that 3 extra mana, or that 3 extra damage, you're turning into 3 1/1 goblin tokens. So not an unreasonable option. And there are decks that actually want to be like you. It's kind of like you can look at it from your own perspective as additional cost, sack a creature, and then make a bunch of goblin tokens. Or you can Burninate someone. Burninate something. Has to be a creature. And then make a bunch of tokens, etc., etc. It's just an X spell that requires you to hit a creature first. Whatever's not spent on damaging the creature gets spent on making goblins. 17 cards here. Okay. Cackling Prowler. 4 mana for 4/3 with Ward 2. Not an unreasonable. Hyena Rogue. There's only 7. Only 6 of which are creatures. You cannot feasibly build Hyena Tribal as of yet. We're gonna have to come up with more. Cackling Prowler. The beginning of... Oh wow. So it's a 4/3 with Ward 2. The beginning of your end step, if creature die this turn, put +1 counter on this creature. This will be a slow... this is a slow payoff for if you're building like mono... If you want to take Aristocrats and put it over into green. It's a slow payoff, but it exists. It is not unreasonable for you to end up on turn 1. Well, the turn this comes into play as a 4 mana 5/4 with Ward 2. That's not unreasonable. Ambush Wolf. 3 mana 4/2 with Flash. When it enters, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Again, 4 power creature. 3 mana with Flash. Averages out to a 3/3, so that's probably about right. And then it eats a card from a graveyard. You're playing 4 power, you're playing any sort of aggro, you're playing wolves. You want a creature that can eat a graveyard. This checks a lot of boxes. Needletooth Pack. 5 mana for 4/5. At the beginning of end step, if a creature dies this turn, put 2/+1 counters on target creature you control. Are you playing dinosaurs? Are you playing... You're playing dinosaurs, you're playing an aristocrat stack, you're playing +1 counters, you're playing... There's over 9,000 homes for this. You know, heaven forbid you put this on something like, you know, Arcbound Ravager or something like that and, you know, make shenanigans. Yeah, just, yeah. Apothecary Stomper, 6 mana for 4/4 Vigilance, which you should get for, I think, 5. When it enters, choose one. Gain 4 life, or put 2/+1 counters on target creature you control. Do you get the idea they want you to play with +1 counters in green? Do you get that idea? So this can, at worst, be a 6/6 Vigilance. Oh, by the way, it's also just an elephant. And I say just an elephant because I have a deck, you know, 3 tickets to the zoo, please, here, cares about most of the creatures in this deck. Actually, let's just go to details. If you look at most of this list, there's my general. Everything here so far, Blight Widow has to get potentially kicked out, but everything here down to the Fire Ants just has an animal-based creature type. Mirror Shell Crab, it's an artifact creature crab. But it's a crab. It's you get elephants and birds and goats and starfish and whales and monkeys and everything else. And then you get some zoo staff, one of which is also a wolf. Just a wolf. Legendary wolf, but it's a wolf. Loam Larva is here for sort of ramp. And it's an insect. My Rab/Land Search is a fox, a dinosaur, a spider, a hippo, and a bird. You see what I mean? Like, this entire deck is based around animals. Apothecary Stomper would fit nicely in that deck. If it did anything that I'm actually looking for. Which it might. I haven't decided. It could. I think I've got a way to return something back. Oh, yes I do. Control-Shift-T. Combo bits. Teamer Sabertooth? Yeah, Teamer Sabertooth. Teamer Sabertooth. Pay 2, you may return another creature you control to owner's hand. If you do, this creature gains indestructible till end of turn. This has got, this has got a come to play ability. So you pay 2, bounce it, replay it, bounce it, replay it, bounce it, and just keep putting 2/+1 counters on stuff. We're gaining 4 life. Yeah, it's expensive, but it is an option. Better have an option that you don't need, because at some point you might need it, than not have the option at all. But yeah. Beastkin Ranger, 3 mana for a 3/3 trample, which sounds hilarious, but it's an elf ranger. Whenever another creature you control enters, this gets +1/+0 till end of turn. Commons, elves, I need to pick up a copy of that for this. A copy of this for that. Beastkin Ranger. Because I don't have a lot of ways of pushing through extra damage. So having this as an option is nice. So common elves, I want this. Regular elves, undecided. Um, I don't think I need it at, no, I don't need it as necessary because I've got Lathril as my general. And she lets me tap elves to, you know, drain people. Lathril, Blade of the Elves. Tap, and then tap 10 untapped elves I control. Each opponent loses 10 life, and I gain 10 life. Thunk! Oh, wow. If you've got this one, that's almost $100. I wonder why. Wow. Even the simple version of that is nice. Anywho, Eager Truffle Snout, 3 mana for 4/2 trample. What deals combat damage to player? Make a food. Something that could go into that deck anyway if I'm just looking for something that can beat. Unfortunately, something that can just beat is easy. That being said, you know, if you're looking at building your 4 power and more deck, do you need to make food tokens? There are decks that actually want food tokens. Of course, then you can combine it with Academy Manufactor, and get a food, a clue, and a treasure. And I hit somebody again, and I get a food, a clue, and a treasure. And I hit somebody again, and I get a clue, a food, a treasure. Yeah. Again, you could probably build that as a pretty budget deck as well. Felling Blow. Oh, yes. This is a green card that tries to be removal. Um, this tries to be creature removal. It doesn't do bad. Put +1 counter on target creature you control. 3 mana sorcery. Then that creature deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. I will point out that if you do that with something that's got Death Touch, because it's only shooting one way, it's what people call a bite spell. Because the creature the creature that's dealing the damage is biting the other one and not getting anything back. It's a creature that got the +1 counter on it. Has got Death Touch. The other creature pretty much dies almost regardless of how big it is, barring, indestructibility, etc. Felling Blow, and dead. Again, +1 counter shenanigans. Need removal for creatures, and you're in green. Green is really hard to get actual creature removal. Like, red does get access to some creature removal along lines of Aftershock, etc. You might have to go back into the game's ancient history. It's really hard to find that even in the game's ancient history in green. Trust me, I have tried. Beast Within, non-creature, 6 mana Desert Trester, non-creature, shuts down a creature and turns into an elk. Fight, non-creature. Pop Goes the World, non-creature. Artifact, enchantment, and or land. Artifact, enchantment, or land. Non-creature. Permanent, but it's got basically 2 upkeeps. It is really hard to find stuff that can actually kill a creature outright. There's some out there. There's not a lot. Oh yeah, I am gonna have to update these eventually. But yeah, bite spells, as they're colloquially called, like Felling Blow, is decent. Treetop Snare Spinner. 4 mana for 1/3, or sorry, for a 1/4 reach death touch. So compared to Giant Spider, loses out on a point of power, but gains death touch. I think that's worth a trade. 1 red plus 2, put +1 counter on target creature you control, activate only as a sorcery. Treetop Snare Spinner. I want this in my common elf deck, even though it's not an elf. I might cut one of my handful of non-elf cards so I can start putting +1 counters on other elves. Because that thing actually generates a fair amount of mana. Even if I'm just playing with elves. I don't have a lot of cards like, whatchamacallit, Priest of Titania or whatever. But there's a couple. And a lot of my creatures just tap for mana anyway. Yeah, I am going to spend this and start putting +1 counters on my stuff. To Elvish Grower, 4 mana for a 4/3. When it enters, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. It's an elf that's got almost regrowth attached to it. It's not a full regrowth. Thus the name Elvish Regrower. Natro Spiral being the first one that did that. All the way in M10. Wow. Yeah, we've got a couple of cards like that recently. But, yeah, they are fairly uncommon. But that, again, that's why it's called regrowth. Also, Elven Cash was... So, here's the thing. Nature Spiral. Drop the word permanent. You then have a card called Regrowth. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Elven Cash was the exact same card at double the cost. As compared to Regrowth, not compared to Nature Spiral. So 2 green plus 2 sorcery. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. We now have Elvish Regrower, which is a 4/3 elf druid that does that. I might put it into druids, but usually if I want a card like that, there's enough regrowth effects. Again, another one of those cards whose name become a proxy for the effect. You know, that is like, it's, yeah, just, there's enough regrowth effects, you might as well just, if you're looking at regrowth in similar cards, just play them. You want this because it's a 4 mana 4 wow, words. 4 mana, 4 power, elf druid. Elf or druid is going to be relevant. Sylvan Scavenging. This is adorable. 3 mana enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, choose one. Put +1 counter on target creature you control. Or create a 3/3 green raccoon creature token if you control creature power 4 or greater. I almost want to put this in 3 tickets to the zoo, please, because it's going to make a raccoon almost every turn. Yeah. Honestly, you do not. You just need a deck with enough creatures to make this work. I'm going to pull out one specific card. Mishra's Factory. Pay some cost. This land becomes a creature until end of turn. It's still a land. At the beginning of your end step has the beginning. All your triggers go on. Stuff happens, and then until end of turn wears off. So when this triggers, your Mishra's Factory or any other land that you've got animated is still a creature. You do not even have to have any native creatures in your deck. And then you get, you have one animated land. You put +1 counter on it a couple of times until it becomes big enough. Then you make a 3/3 raccoon, and then you start then you put a counter on the raccoon, and then you start making more raccoons. You can have a deck with no lands in it, or sorry, no creatures in it whatsoever, like actual creature cards. And somebody goes, Wrath of God, and you go, that's nice. Oh, just start rebuilding. You didn't blow up my land? Okay. Oh, I'll play another land that can, because there's a lot of lands you can play, even in mono green. You know what? Type land, ID equal green. No, ID colon green. Oh. There's 7. Sorry. So Cavernous Maw can become a creature. Crawling Barrens can become a creature. Dread Statuary becomes a creature till end of turn. Hostile Desert can become a creature till end of turn, although that one's more awkward. Mishra's Factory and Mishra's Foundry can become assembly workers till end of turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so these 4, yes. I wonder. Blinkmoth Nexus. Faceless Haven. Inkmoth Nexus. Treetop Village. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no. I don't know if I can handle all that. Oh dear. Not too bad. I am working on foundations. I'm nearly done. So, TLDR. Every week I try to go through one set and look at the stuff. I basically go, let's sort by color. In this case, currently I'm handling foundations, green, ignore reprints, sort by what EDH Rec says the least popular cards are. And then I basically look at like what according to EDH Rec would be like the worst couple of rows of cards. Usually like the bottom like 12. And I'm not looking at this for, you know, CEDH or anything like that. I look at it as like, kitchen table. Where can we find a spot for this? Is this thing actually any good somewhere? Like, there's cards that people don't play, and I'm like, why do people not play this? And there's cards that I generally disagree with people playing because I know of cards that would generally be better. But that's also because I've been playing for over 30 years. I started playing just before Legends itself came out. Uh, and a good example of something like this would be, you know how red commonly gets, uh, like people playing red and looking for, like mono red, looking for removal, usually rely on lightning bolt and cards of that nature to deal some amount of damage to a creature. I think that's the right, no, TMP. I go with cards like this because this is a card that I know exists. At 4 mana, at common, you can go, oh, nice, 8/8 monstrosity you've got. Kill it. Sure, I take 3 damage, but I don't care how big your creature is. Kill it. There's Aftershock. There's the cards I commonly consistently go back to, and this is the one example. Sorry, this is the one example I constantly point people to. Even that when I'm at a convention with my LGS, they're like, you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to use burn in mono red to kill creatures. I point to this, and I point to Fissure, which originally came from, I want to say, Legends. Lava Flow, which was the portal equivalent. Both of them are 5 mana and can blow up either a land or an artifact. Or sorry, a land or a creature. And Introduction to Annihilation out of our first trip to Strixhaven. And then there's other options on top of that once you go beyond. And these 4 cards, they can all go in mono red, and they're all common. And a copy of each is going to run you less than $2. But when I was looking at red tonight, I'm like, there's 3 cards in here that, yes, they burninate creatures, but I'm okay with them because they do something else. Incinerating Blast, dealing 6 damage and letting you rummage. Firing Annihilation, 5 damage to a creature, and then you exile an equipment that's attached to it. So if somebody's got mithril coat attached to a creature, it's like, cool. Hit your creature for 5, exile the coat. Your creature's probably not indestructible anymore. Now it's actually gonna have the 5 damage marked on it and possibly die. But if it would die, it gets exiled instead. And then Goblin Negotiations. You burn an innate creature for X, and then the excess damage is turned into more goblins. Those I would more or less accept for burn spells. But in general, I would go, you know what? No. Give me Aftershock, give me Lava Flow. If I'm spending 5 mana, if I'm already spending 4 or 5 mana, give me something that'll just outright kill the creature. And so I'm constantly pointing cards like those out to people. So, all that being said, yes, I can ramble. Can you tell? So, what stuff at your end been like this evening? I am going to take a quick boo. Twitch. Wait. Brad. Okay. I do not think you're the same Brad I'm thinking of. Oh, what was his name? Unless you are, in which case I am completely mind boggled. Oh, I used to work with. No, that's SCG I'm thinking of. Nelson, that's what it was. Oh no. Yeah, let's see if I can. Oh, okay, that's right. Okay. I think you are a different Brad than who I'm thinking of, which honestly would scare me a lot if you actually. Wow, in a good sense, but would scare me a lot if you were them. One follower to go to get. Okay. You rated me. I'll do you a flavor. There you go. That puts you at your 860. Ah. But yeah, how did stuff go at your end tonight? I'm presuming shenanigans occurred because we're talking we're talking commander. Shenanigans always happen. Anywho, so yeah, where are we? Quick Strider Ceratops. Oh, good lord. So first of all, man, first of all, you have to love that flavor text. It's a vanilla creature, so it's all flavor text. For the first time in my travels, I've encountered a creature I could only describe as an apex herbivore. Wait, what? Yeah. 6 mana for 12/8 dinosaur. If you take my Boros aggro deck and go based on that idea, and you're building an aggro deck based on that, you should be putting them as your 6-drop. Or one of your 6-drops anyway. This thing is ginormous. It has no abilities, but then you can probably get to being able to give it trample or this or that fairly easily by other methods. 2, it's a dinosaur. Are you playing dinosaur tribals? You're probably wanting this. 3, are you playing vanilla creatures? You're probably going to want this at your top end because there's not a lot. Like, there are high mana vanilla creatures, but I think this beats all of them. Like, is vanilla power greater than, I don't know, 8? Sort by power descending. So ignore Infinity Elemental. You've got Yargle Moltani as your general. Quake Rider Ceratops is your 12/8. Gigantosaurus requires 5 green and is a 10/10, which averages the same. Ancient Brontodon is 8 mana for a 9/9, which I would say Quick Strider is bigger and cheap and costs less. Tyrion World Tyrant is a 5 mana 9/7, and then you got Yargle, which is a 9/3. Rivet. I mean, you're looking at an 8 mana creature, which I would say is beat out by 5 to 6 mana creatures. Ancient Brontodon is Ancient Brontodon is getting kicked to the curb. Man, I now want to build a vanilla. I now want to build a vanilla Yargle Moltani deck. And I came across this because I saw Quick Rider's Ceratops. Hilariously, if this thing ends up with first strike, it kills Yargle Moltani. Wow. Yeah. So there's also it has 3 pips towards Devotion of Green, which is not nothing. I'm finding like the more I look at it, again, it doesn't have any abilities. The fact that it's huge, it's basically a 10/10. Oh yeah, it also does not have equal, power and toughness equal. It has greater power. That might be relevant for some decks as well. Oh yeah, now Sworn Giant, I know I picked up a copy. I think I still need to figure out where to plot it into my common elves deck. Oh yeah, you guys might, some of you might want to take a look at this. That is a shortcut that will get you to this page, which is a list of all the commander decks that I'm going to be working on. Links are to ones I have designed. If it's marked here saying as built, I actually have it physically put together. And I've got about a dozen, almost a dozen of them that are made of literally just commons. Obviously, if it's a common deck, then it's, if it's made of literally, and when I say just commons, I even mean the general. I've had to make some minor exceptions and it's debatable whether you consider it an exception or not, for Prismatic Piper and Faceless One, so I could actually play those as my general. Because there weren't other relevant generals I could play. But, yeah, mono green, I went elves. And I want to find a slot for this in my commons only elves deck. Because even though he's not an elf, playing lands makes more elves. That particular deck runs as boop, one of my 2 generals. Well, this is one of my 2 commanders, Master Chef. If I have my general out and I play Master Chef, my creatures will enter with a +1 counter on them, which is a big deal when you don't have lords to play with. So now I play a land, I make an elf, it comes into play with a +1 counter on it, just from playing a land. I now tap that to play, I don't know, Boreal Druid. That comes into play with a +1 counter on it. If I happen to have, where are you here? Lissalana Huntmaster out, I'm going to get an elf just from casting an elf. I also have an infinite combo in here to get me infinite elves. Plus a couple of tutor effects to be able to find the pieces. It's not easy, but I have them. And then I have, was it Quarian Ranger? Now that I've gone and closed it. Yeah. Quarian Ranger lets me return lands back to my hand, so I can then replay them with an Elsworn Giant and just keep feeding. So yeah. If you're playing any sort of elf deck, I would consider throwing an Elsworn Giant in there. It's a 5-power reach creature that spits out morels every time you drop a land. And how easy is it to drop lands when you're playing Elves? Pretty easy. Let's see here. ID equal gold. Not C:C. So not a technically colorless card. Was that it? Oh yeah, and not color gold. So anything that's got... Okay. So there's nothing in the set that's got a multicolor identity that is monocolored. So a mono blue card with a green kicker, let's say. Multicolored cards. What do we got here? Interesting. White, green. Okay. White, blue. So who's got the extra who's got the extra 2? Two there. 2 there. 2 there. So white blue gets 1. Blue black gets 1. Black red gets 2. Huh. Let me just rule out the reprints for a moment. Oh, good lord. And there we go. 4. Yeah, they're not all equal. 4, and then 2, and then 4, and then 4. Oh, this is going to end up being awkward. And this is why I don't look at the reprints when it comes to stuff like this. Because I cut down from 44 cards to 12. And most of the rest of the cards we've already talked about elsewhere. Or will be getting talked about elsewhere. Direct Ring Scavenger. When it enters or attacks, loot. And gets +1/+1 and death touches. Okay. So if you've got Threshold, this is a 3/3 flying death touch, which is kind of a lot for 3 mana. When it enters or attacks, loot. Again, when you're looting, that's generally most of the time, that's because you want to send something, you want to discard something. The drawing is nice. The discard is what you're actually aiming for, and possibly even discarding something that you've drawn. But again, I think its fail condition is still perfectly fine. It's a 2/2 flyer that when it enters or attacks, you loot. And I think for anything that cares about flashback, anything that cares about reanimation, anything that cares about retrace or retrace, disturb, good lord. But any of the other variants of those kind of abilities, I think it's perfectly fine. You know, it's And because it is, and I've said before and I'll say it again, because it's got flying, it's going to help you win more games than you would expect otherwise. Because you just don't. Tell me if you disagree. Tell me in the comments if you. Because again, I post this on both um, Twitch and YouTube. Tell me in the comments afterward if you think people do not overlook flying. Tell me, but I can look at most of my lists and go, I've got maybe a quarter of my decks have got a reasonable amount of flying or ways to handle flying, and the rest of them will largely fold. So, yeah, don't be afraid to just look at this as a 2/2 flyer that when it attacks you loot. Fiendish Panda. I always think that is a weird name. 4 mana, 3/2. Whenever you gain life, put a +1 counter on it. So, if you're, I mean, you're already looking, at the very least, this is a 4 mana Ajani's Pridemate effect. But you're in black-white instead of just black. But that's fine, because there's lots of ways in black to gain life. As I've mentioned in the past, one of my favorite cards when I was playing a Ajani's Pridemate based deck in Standard a few years ago was Banehound. Because I didn't care about the fact that that it might not live. I literally play 1/1 lifelink haste for 1 black. Play that, tap. Tap, play that, attack with it. Okay. I'll block or whatever. Cool. I gain a life? Yeah, I guess. Because, lifelink? Sure. Okay. Another +1 counter on my Johnny's Pridemate. Another +1 counter on my Bloodthirsty Aerialist. 2 +1 counters on, I want to say it was Gideon's Company? Is what it was called? Yeah. And there's another card that was similar to Gideon's Company that I ran instead at 4 mana. I never cared if this never hit the opponent for damage. I want the life gain trigger. And if it got through for like 3 turns in a row, cool. Fiendish Panda, you throw that in. And I think you can probably go with like a mono black deck that's based on that skeleton nowadays. And then when it dies, return another target non-bear creature card with mana value less than or equal to this creature's power from your graveyard to the battlefield. So, if it dies right away, you get to reanimate something that's mana value 3 or less. Assuming it gets no counters or anything else. It can't be another bear. So, no changelings, sorry. But you could reanimate, I don't know, Bloodthirsty Aerialist. That's a vampire, if I remember right. Yeah, Bloodthirsty Aerialist. And it took me a little while to realize that this art is actually upside down. Yeah, she's a vampire rogue. So yeah, if you're building on a Johnny's Pride Mate kind, base deck, and you're in at least Orzhov, you want to be throwing this in because you can also, you know, it dies to Wrath of God or whatever, and suddenly it's like, cool, I'll bring this back. And now after the wrath has gone off, you're like, hey, guess what? I've got a creature already. Wait, what? That's what your board wipe did. Wardens of the Cycle. 2 green, 1 black, +1 for a 3/4 elf warlock. Interesting. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, choose one. Gain 2 life or draw a card and lose a life. Which net result, you spend that 2 life, you end up drawing 2 cards and being life neutral. If you do it that way. But this is Commander. It's a 40 life format. I'm pretty sure Saffron Olive is going to turn around and draw a card almost every single turn. He's probably also not the only one. I think I want one of these for... No, do I want one of these for else? No, I don't think so. I don't think I have enough... Where are you? Golgari. Boop. Hilariously, this routine is the first time I've actually played elves. Like making this list of decks, I'd never played elves as a deck before. Nothing there. Timberwatch Elf can help kill. Dude. Galadrim Brigade, potentially. So we'll say 1.5. Huh. Trove of Elves equal the number of green permanents you control. Yeah, that's not going to be silly. On target, Immaculate Magistrate. You know what? Oh, and I've got Master Chef in the main deck here. That's hilarious. Titania's Boon, maybe. And Garrick's Wake. Beast Within, Assassin's Trophy, Atomize. Man, Atomize was hard to pin down. Okay, so I've got like... Depending on your definitions, 7 and 9 cards. I've got at least 7 cards in there to make sure creatures die. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to make a note of you. Wardens of the Cycle. Because that will occasionally get me drawing extra cards. And the funny thing is, I don't have to be involved in a creature dying. Like, one person can kill somebody else. Like, the person on my left can kill the creature of the person on my right, and I'd be like, okay. Did it happen on my turn? Cool. Ashroot Animist, 4 mana for 4/4 trample. Sounds normal. When it attacks another creature you control, gains trample and +X/+X till end of turn, where X is this creature's power. So, assume it's going to get +4/+4 in trample. So, if this attacks, and Crater Hoof is already kind of silly. Oh no. What's the actual wording on Critter Hoof? Critter Hoofs and an enter trigger. Okay. Giving trample is redundant because they'll already have trample. But if you've got, say, not unreasonably, you've got 6 creatures in play. Critter Hoof is going to become an 11 power. And give everything else +6. Ashroot is going to be 10 power. Which will then turn around and give another creature +10 power. I think that's what they consider a win more card. That being said, if you don't, for whatever reason, have access to Critter Hoof, well, I would consider, there's Decimate of the Provinces, which in Innistrad Remastered, which in Eldritch Moon is under $1. Endray's Forerunners in Bloomburrow Commander is like 35 cents. No, just stop. Stop. Yeah. So there's also Pathrazer Ibex. There we are. Pathrazer. What do you mean no? Pathbreaker Ibex. Which you can wow. 7. So in the ballpark of $15 to $20 in general. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. This is generally going to be an attack trigger of Overrun. If it's that much, I should look into picking up Critter Hoof then. 'Cause it's also around the same price. Huh. Sorry, distracted throws, distracted. News at 11. But yeah, if you're looking for budget, Ashroot Animus is fine. But there's a couple of other Critter Hoof like cards that are like under $1. That being said, if you have a reason for pumping a specific creature, like maybe you've got a Voltron deck that you've got put together, then this might make more sense. Oh, hilariously, you hit this with a bunch of stuff. Attack with this, it pumps your general for, I don't know, 10. And you go, hey, by the way, thunk. Okay. You attack one person with your general this way. You attack with the animus that way, and do many lots. If you've got enough beef to it, you can take out 2 people that way. Okay. 2 for 1, I could see that. Perforating Artist. The first 3 rows of the audience are marketed as the slash zone. Oh, jeez. Of course, I Rakdos. 3 mana for a 3/2 Death Touch. At the beginning of your end step, if you attacked this turn, each opponent loses 3 life unless they sack a non-land permanent of their choice or discard a card. I think I'm most interested in this as a 3/2 Death Touch. If you're in Rakdos Burn, maybe? I think you'd get ready to go off a couple of times before they start going, yeah, it's fine, I'll sack this. Yeah, it's fine, I'll sack this. Anthem of Champions. Pretty simple. Are you in green? What are you in? At least green and white. Have you got at least a dozen creatures in your deck? You should probably play this. Give me a reason. Give me a viable reason not to play this card in a deck with enough creatures. Never mind, never mind, it's an enchantment, so enchantment synergies and all that jazz. Have I got a dozen creatures or so? Because if I have 2 creatures out, I'm getting +2/+2, which is probably fine. Like, I'd say that's about the minimum I want it to be at for Anthem of Champions. As soon as I hit a 3rd creature, I have a constant +3/+3. A dozen creatures in my deck is probably enough to turn this on. Alenda, Saint of Dusk. 4 mana for 4/4 lifelink hexproof from instance. That line there is hilarious. Hexproof from instance. If Alenda is yours, you can target it with whatever you want. Your opponents cannot target it with instance whatsoever. They can target it with stuff that's got flash. They can target it with sorceries. They can target it with enchantments, etc., etc. They cannot target it with instance. But you can. As long as your life total is greater than your starting life total, she gets +1/+1 menace. An additional +5/+5, so she'll be a 5/5 menace lifelink hexproof from instance. And goes up to 10/10 if you've got at least 10 more than your starting life total. So obviously this is this you want to combo in, well, combo is the wrong word, but you put this in the same deck as like Fiendish Panda. This I can feasibly see being your general. You're doing a Johnny's Primate shenanigans, throw this in your deck. You've got a constant source of life gain anyway. Getting up to 50 life should not be hard. You start off at 40, you only need 10 more. How hard can that be in a game of Commander? Throw a couple of things out that'll dissuade people from trying to attack you. You've got your various spheres and like sphere of, good lord, let me think here. I want to say sphere of resistance, and I know that's the wrong card. Is it sphere of duty? Yeah, you got your various spheres. You've got Windborne Muse. You've got, see, there's those rays. There's also Indomitable Ancients and cards of that nature that are just, you know, a huge amount of toughness for a very cheap price. There's enough different ways to build your deck such that you make your opponents turn around and go, I'm not going to bother attacking. It's not worth it. You can do the pillow fort routine. You can do the just big giant wall routine. And I don't know, attack with attack with creatures that got lifelink. Oh, what do you call it? Oh yeah, like Healer's Flock. Triple white for a 3/3 flying lifelink. Sounds like a lot, but if you manage to get this thing out, and filter lanes certainly help in a situation like that, or any sort of dual land. You know, that gets through 3 times, you're already +9 on your life total. You gain life in any other way. Try and find a way to add some kind of life gain to your burn, to your removal. Something like this might not be a terrible idea. I'm not saying use Drain Life specifically. I'm just saying, here's an X spell that allows you to throw a bunch of burn at some, nuke any target for X. And you gain as much life as whatever you nuked had before you hit it, basically. Drain Life is just, I mean, it's the first version of what I could think of. It's not the best version, but it's the first. Again, been playing over 30 years. What do you expect? Um, okay, fine. Game paper. Oh no, there's that route too. I just saw Aetherflux Reservoir. Yeah, animate it and give it lifelink till end of turn. But then that gives you that just kills the board. Aerial Assault, I could see going in there. Destroy target tap creature and then gain life for each creature you control flying. You might. You only need to do that. You only need to have a couple of flyers in play to make it actually do anything. Anchovy and Banana Pizza is an option. Archon of Cruelty, potentially. Oh yeah, Ailey you might want in that deck. But I think you're starting to see what I'm looking at here. Oh, here we go. Breathe Your Last. 3 mana instant, destroy target creature or planeswalker, gain 1 life for each of its colors. Why are you playing Murder when you can play this and most of the time it's going to A, be Murder, B, give you the flexibility of also hitting a planeswalker. C, also gaining you a couple of life. Consuming vapors. You know, I think you're starting to see what I'm looking at here. Deadly Riposte? Maybe. 3 damage, target tap creature, and you gain 2 life. For 2 mana, it's not bad. I think you get the idea. Oh yeah, Ariet's Lullaby. Much better than that card. But yeah, Alenda, yeah, getting herself to 50 life should be relatively easy if a lot of your, not all, it doesn't have to be all of it, but if a lot of it has life gain attached to it, it's going to be an uphill battle. And then because she's got lifelink and she'll be a 10/10 with lifelink, and again, hexproof from instance, which largely means board wipes are going to have to be used to get rid of her. I'm not apologizing. Kaikar Zephyr Awakener. 4 mana, 3/4 flyer. If Prowess would trigger, you get a flicker one of your creatures to come back at the end of turn. Or you make a 1/1 flyer. I think in general I would go for the 1/1 flyers. Flickering would be for again, I'm saying generally. I'm not assuming I'm building a deck in any particular way. I would assume this. But I'm in blue, I'm in white. Flicker is a common thing. If I want to flicker one creature, I can have this trigger and flicker another creature. And Ephemerate ends up being a 4 for 1. And heaven forbid any of the creatures I hit are Muldrifter or a variant thereof. Yeah, I'm not even going to bother looking at the other form because I think that's type artifact. Let's get through these real quick. Fishing pole. Why do you have a fishing pole? A quick creature has pay 1, tap, and tap fishing pole. Put a bait counter on it. Whenever a quick creature becomes untapped, remove a bait counter from this equipment. If you do, make a 1/1 fish. So, basically, this boils down to pay 1 mana a turn and get a 1/1 fish the next turn. Oh no. Put this on a deck that's got Seedborn Muse and creatures that can tap even for colorless mana. You do what I think you... Untap all permanents you control. Yes, you do what I think you do. A card of this nature at all. Whenever a quick creature becomes... Yeah. And then you have... I don't know. Sea Scryer, because it can tap for colorless. There's other stuff too. It's just, this is one of the more interesting creatures that people don't realize exist. It tries to be a Land of War Elves in blue. And it's a merfolk and a wizard. I think it's allowed to cost 2 mana. So tap that. Tap the pole. And tap the equip creature, which has an equip cost of 2. Okay, no big deal. You cast Sea Scryer, you should be able to equip this. And then on the next person's turn, because you've got I'm assuming you have Seedborn Muse or a similar effect out by this point. You make a fish, and then at the end of turn, you tap those 3, put a bait counter on it, untap on the next person's turn, make a fish. Oh, you know what? Anybody that knows me. There we go. Anybody that knows me knows I like Scare Tiller. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, choose one. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped, and return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. You combine this with one of the Capenna auto-sack lands. When this enters, and it doesn't care if it enters tapped or not, sack it, search for a basic land of one of 3 specific types, put onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle and gain a life. Fishing pole, attached to Scare Tiller. You're going to make a fish every turn, you're going to fetch a basic out of your deck every turn, and you're going to gain a life every turn. And even if you've got no more lands to fetch, which will become untapped, everything else is still going to work. I almost want to put fishing pole. Oh no, I don't have... Do I have Scare Tiller in my mono blue ramp deck? Yeah, it's a green style ramp deck in blue. I don't think so. No. Does not look like it. Okay. If I did, and I put it in a lot of my decks, almost every commons only deck I have, it is, it's in there. Because it's basically trying to emulate being Soul Ring. It's expensive. It's 4 mana for it. But it fetches an extra land out of my deck every turn. If I've got some way to tap it. And usually my commons only decks are running, Springleaf Drum, Holdout Settlement, and what are you called? Ally Encampment? And sometimes like a 4th card, and that's usually enough. So just as an example, let's go. You know what? Who do I actually not mind showing off? Oh yeah, did I ever? Oh no, you're the wrong one. Selesnya. Oh, Selesnya Poison. It's not the greatest deck in the world, but you know what? It's. I built a deck. I needed to find a Selesnya legendary creature that was common, and Magic Online says this is common. I'm like, okay. It was either him or Sir Chandler of Eberron, which is, I think, no, it's, I want to say he's green plus white plus 4 for 4/7. Had to choose between that and this, and I'm like, no, I'll go with Torsten. 22 creatures who can poison my opponent one way or another. Some of them have got toxic. Virulent Slivers got poisonous. Some of them have got infect. And some of them are just the old school cards that turn around and say, hey, by the way, here, you're getting poison. Before we actually had an actual mechanic for it. A decent number of auras for pumping. And they will, if it's on a creature with infect, obviously that'll deal extra poison damage. Otherwise, it won't. But regardless, common creatures often end up being pretty small. I think my biggest creature straight up is Tyrannak's Atrocity, which is a 4/4 with haste and toxic 3. It's not a big creature. And then I've got a 3/4 Indoctrination Attendant with toxic 1. And yeah, everything else is generally like a 2/2 or smaller. So throwing an aura on it to turn around and say, hey, by the way, embiggen me, please. A lot of these are going to deal. This is going to keep putting +1 counters on things until I have to use it for combat. Whenever an opponent casts a creature spell, put a +1 counter on enchanted creature. Once around the table, this is 3 +1 counters fairly easily. It's not unheard of for 4 turns around the table. If this is still around, the creature's got like 6, 7, maybe more +1 counters on it. Ethereal Armor we know about, Forced Adaptation. At the beginning of my upkeep, put a +1 counter on enchanted creature. Basically, this is better Primal Cocoon. Mammoth Umbra, +3/+3 in Vigilance. Tallest Beanstalk, +3/+3 in Reach. Elephant Guide, +3/+3. I really wanted to try and get at least +3/+3 if I could. Ancestral Mask, +2/+2 for each other enchantment on the battlefield. If each player has 1, this is giving +8/+8. Sorry, +6/+6. Sorry, I was wrong. Armadillo Cloak. Triggered lifelink, but I mean, I believe some of my carriers have flying. I think I've got at least 1 or 2 that do. Oh no, I don't. Okay, I was wrong. Oh well, I guess I have to make do with getting trample instead. Imperial Armor +X is number of cards in hand. Sigil of the Nine Gods, +1 for each creature I control. Handful of cards with aura synergies. Removal. Viridian Longbow might look funny until you realize that, oh yeah, some of his creatures do have poison. In fact, thunk. I should probably find room for a couple of creatures with Death Touch as well. Chains of Custody, Oblivion Ring, Dreadful Apathy are all good to exile a thing. Introduction to Annihilation is going to exile a thing. Night Soil eats cards from graveyards and makes me saplings. I don't have a lot of ways of making tokens, but I've got a couple of ways of actually getting more. And then proliferate, 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 proliferate. Whenever this is dealt damage, proliferate. Oh, look, I'll take the Viridian Longbow, and I will attach it to the Dagger Tooth, and at the end of turn, I'll tap the Dagger Tooth to ping itself. Proliferate to, make sure my opponents end up with more poison. Couple ways that have counters on to get mana. Everflowing Chalice will tap for more mana. Sphere of the Suns get me extra colored mana. Honored Heirloom, love this card. This has made it out of the... Oh, what do I want to call it? It's like... I originally grabbed a bunch of copies of this card to put in my commons only decks. And I found it was good enough that I started putting it into other decks. Because it doesn't look like a lot. But it's a mana rock that can eat cards from graveyards turn after turn after turn. And every color that has, every card that uses this kind of, that has an effect like this, you are looking at, like, quite often, it's enchantments, your Ley Lines of the Void, and your Rest in Peace, which are enchantments now that Black has got access to enchantment removal. Whether I agree with it or not, personally, I don't mind. But now that it has access to enchantment removal, 3 of the 5 colors actually have easy enchantment removal. Red has got some, but you have to jump through a few hoops to do it. Blue has a lot of trouble with... Blue's got the most trouble dealing with enchantments, I think. So, but everybody else can actually get rid of them. And then this is why, like, my blue deck, like almost every deck I run is going to have, well, I shouldn't say every deck, but a lot of my decks have cards like Introduction to Annihilation. Because those get rid of, like, especially if I've got mono blue going on, I need a way to answer problematic enchantments. But yeah, 3 colors have easy ways to get rid of enchantments, and the 4th has got debatable ways. It's got some, but not much. If it's creature-based, I mean, creatures are so easy to kill. Yeah, Ace or a Wrath of God effect, etc. Artifacts, most artifacts, either, like, it might eat stuff for a while, like Relic of Perchandus as an example, or Ghost Vacuum is the new kid on the block that I'm thinking of. Eat stuff for a while, and then sacrifice itself to do a thing. Or sometimes it's like Tormod's Crypt Keeper. Incidentally, if you're considering running Tormod's Crypt and you're not CEDH, I recommend Tormod's Crypt Keeper instead. It's 3 mana for the same thing, but you also get a 3/2 Vigilance out of it, with Tormod's Crypt as an activated ability. You might as well have a 3/2 body while you're at it. 3/2 Vigilance. But yeah, at some point they're going to sacrifice themselves for their effect. Creatures. Creatures are easy to deal with. So what's left? Well, you're looking at stuff that's not creatures, that stays in play, and that can eat cards every turn. Honored Heirloom is a card people are going to overlook so much because it's just a manolith that can eat cards out of graveyards every single turn. And it doesn't sacrifice itself or exile itself or whatever for its ability. It's going to be there 5, 6, 7 turns later and just keep going. Fridlid. Hey, incidentally, it's a creature that has counters. You can proliferate those counters and fetch more lands out later. New Horizons puts a counter on a creature you control. Most of this involves counters. Surprisingly, I don't have Scared Tiller in here. But in a lot of my decks, I do. You know what? Let's pull you up, my mono white deck. I'm not going to go through them all. Yeah, there's another Introduction to Elation, plus Secure the Scene, and a couple other cards of that nature to kill stuff. Yep, and there's my Scared Tiller. And Scared Tiller is there, and it combines with Springleaf Drum, or Holdout Settlement, or where's the other one? Survivor's Encampment, and I want to say there's one other card in here that I've... No. Ramosian Rally, technically I can tap it instead of paying the cost. I don't see anything else there. Removal. Note you have to be white. This has been replaced with Raven Charm. Nope. Card draw. Nope. Yeah, I think it's just the 3 of them in this deck. Lands. Do I have any other lands that can tap it? I don't think I do. No. Oh yeah, Takesha's Dig Site, also a card that's really good, especially when you're looking at just commons to help filter help filter your draws. But yeah, it sees play in just so many decks. And very occasionally sneaks into other decks. I know in my mono blue commons, or not my mono blue commons, my mono blue ramp deck, it makes it in. At least I think it. Oh no, it's not in here, is it? Details. Display, sort by. Oh yeah, here's sort by name. Yeah, I'm a little surprised it's not in here. It could. Did I? I don't even have my usual. I didn't run the Springleaf Drum and other lands because I have enough other ways to dig out lands and make extra mana. Okay. Did not put it in there because does not need it. Got it. Anyway. Fishing pole. Quick draw katana. 2 to cast, 2 to equip. During your turn, a quick creature gets +2/+0 in first strike. This during your turn bit is actually kind of fun. It doesn't help at all. It does not help at all on other people's turns. But on your turn, this can be a lot. I don't think I would bother with this, even if I'm... Would I play this in... Would I play this in a... I think if I'm looking to... Words. I think if I'm going for Voltron, based on equipment, if you take a look at my list, my mono red deck is actually based on auras. And Squeegoblin Nabob is my general. Voltron, based on equipment, heavily based on commons, if not strictly in commons. I might put this in. I don't think I see a sensible reason for playing it otherwise. And notice when I say playing commons, I'm not talking PEDH. I'm not talking Pauper EDH. I'm talking, here's a commander deck with the commander ban list and everything else, with one more with just one additional restriction. Ravenous Amulet. Pay 2. 1 tap, sack a creature, draw a card, put a sale counter on it. Huh. Again, if you're... this is one of those, only once a turn. But if you're looking for something to do aristocrat-style strategies, especially in colors that don't get it very often, if you look at my commons, white or black deck lists, a lot of cards in those decks can spit out, one way or another, spit out more than one creature. White, it's generally, I spend 1 card, I get at least 2 bodies of it. Black, it's commonly, when this creature dies, make another body. Sometimes it's when it enters, make an extra body, but often it's when it dies, make another body. Ravenous Amulet, in combination with either of those kind of decks, will get you, keep digging you more cards and more cards and more cards. And at some point, you turn around and you pay 4, tap, and sack it, and nuke everybody for a bunch. And I gotta finish this up. Leyline Axe. If you're considering Quick Draw Katana and you're not playing with just commons, run the axe instead. It's that simple. A, it's got a chance of starting the game in play on turn 1. Starting in play before you even, draw your first card. B, +1/+1, double strike, trample. C, by the time you get to turn 3, you should be able to equip it to something. Turn 1, 2, you probably have some kind of ramping going on. Turn 3, even if you've got a 1/1 in play, or, Ornithopter or whatever. Scrawling Crawler. I think most people know about Scrawling Crawler by now. This is a cross between Howling Mine and Underworld Dreams on a 3/2 for 3. I fail to see how this is a bad thing if this is a card that that's in your deck. If it's in your opponent's deck, yeah, but it's also an artifact creature with 2 toughness. Every color every color can nuke this out of orbit and spend 3 mana or less on it. Let me reintroduce some of you to Raven form. 3 mana sorcery with Foretell of a blue. And to foretell, you can exile the card and pay 2 mana and cast it on a later turn for its foretell cost. Oh, sorry, you exile it face down. And then on a later turn, you can go, cool, you're doing what? Pay a blue, nuke. Exile target artifact or creature, and they get a 1/1 flying bird instead. I have giant ocean beast, roar! That's nice. It's a bird now. What? You have a 1/1 bird now. And it hits artifacts or creatures, which also means, hilariously, it affects artifact lands, including, because it exiles, doesn't destroy, stuff that's indestructible. White has been able to eat creatures and artifacts since day 1. Blue has got some ability to do that. I really like Raven form and Resculpt. They get a 4/4 instead, but you're not dealing with that crap anymore. And it's, I think, a 2 mana instant. White, blue, black has been able to eat creatures since day 1. And artifacts requires some work. Red has been able to eat artifacts and creatures since day 1. Green has been able to eat artifacts since day 1. Some ability to eat, has been able to eat artifacts since day 1. Some ability to eat, well, it's day 2 anyway. Some ability to eat creatures, not as well, but it usually eats them by being bigger on the inside. Yeah, and a colorless deck? Okay. Again, it had the Veneral's Disc on day 1. And then Banner of Kinship. Kinship. This is basically the updated version of Door of Destinies. I think Door of Destinies is like every time you cast a creature or a creature enters, I forget which one, you put a counter on the door, and then your creatures get +1 for each such counter. And Banner of Kinship is based on how many of you already got in play, and it gets that many counters now. Destinies. Whenever you cast a spell of the chosen type. Yeah, whenever you cast a spell of the and then creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1 for each. It used charge counters. This is used as fellowship counters, so they don't interact. And then land. There's 1 land. Taps for colorless. Pay 4. Make it a 3/3 with vigilance and all creature types till end of turn. Oh, not until end of turn. It is, once you pay that 4 mana, it is now a 3/3 vigilance, which means you can attack with it and then still tap it for mana later. Anyway, 7 hours. Good lord, I expected it to be done this a lot sooner than this. Oops. I have to work in tomorrow. I have to be getting up in about 8 hours to go to work. guess it's a good time to finish off. I will catch you all next week. And next week we return to Lara Reborn, I believe was Zendikar. Yep, next week is Zendikar. So, quick preview. Well, let's look at Zendikar itself. Oh, the fetches, Lotus Cobra, Rampaging Balos. No, it's got reprint 2 Maytimes Expedition map. Oracle of Modiah was a big thing. Nope. Beastman. Trailblazer Boots, I think is where I'm going. And then and the first card we're going to be covering next week is Noble Vestige. Wow, it's going to be interesting going from 2024 Magic and rewinding back 15 years. Anyway, I am off. I'll see you guys next week. Actually, you know what? I pretty much never do this because it's a thing I completely forget is probably a thing I should do. You know what? Who's on right now? I might be a moment. I am trying to find somebody I. You know what? Unless somebody's got a specific somebody to recommend, I'm not seeing somebody that gets my attention. You know what? Alright. You. Boop. Oh no. I think the person I just raided. Oh, pff. Of course the person I just raided just logged off. Oh well. I'll see you guys next week. Good night, everyone.